Okay, center. Good. Hello, chat. Sorry,
Thank you.
slow second there. Okay. And YouTube says they're having a juice problem. So I apologize for any buffering in the stream. Hopefully it evens out for the moment. You're probably not going to worry too much because you're going to be staring at this static image of this handsome werewolf for a second. Because it's K9. But yeah, Axe and I were just talking in the before times that Justice Hunters has, I think, been pretty definitively proven now this past weekend to be a pretty open format. Like, we kind of decided to leave K9 for last because it is probably the strongest deck out of those three. Though Yummy did take the most recent YCS. But honestly, all of them are pretty interesting and reactive, and I think most of the decks coming out in the next one look pretty good too. So Yu-Gi-Oh might not actually suck. It's wild. You know, like a month ago, everybody was like, "Man, Yu-Gi-Oh sucks. It's terrible." And I do believe that YCS Vancouver did have a fairly low turnout, but I don't know if that's necessarily due to the meta. That might be more due to Vancouver. Like, I have actually heard people, like, complain about, like, venue and, like, amenities, places to stay kind of stuff. But, yeah, the format itself is seeming to be going good. The three archetypes in Justice Hunters are pretty well spread out, you know, in terms of rarity. It's not the case where, like, which deck build pack was it? I want to... There's several decisions that I suspect somebody in a suit made at Konami of America, and I think that we need to invoke the the old school Yakuza tradition. Maybe not take your fingers, but like maybe break a toe every time you do something boneheaded. There's that one deck build pack set that they released in the TCG after that whole like create a card thing for Inzektor. So the entire low rarity slots were filled with Inzektor reprints nobody fucking asked for. That was a very annoying set to open. I guess if you, like, God, what would be the Time Wizard format for Inzektor? It's like, I think Hat's a little after Inzektors. Edison's definitely way before Inzektor, so I don't know. But, like, some of those Inzektor cards did need reprints, but like I said, the whole low rarity of the set was filled with Inzektors, so every single actual good card, every new modern card was super high rarity. Doesn't seem like Justice Hunters has that problem. They're pretty well balanced. So, you know, as usual, we're Grand Creators. Thank you. Yes, I remember. That would have been a good pack otherwise. Chat supplying me with the name. But yeah, so as usual, the usual disclaimer of, like, normally we start the Failed Portrayal journey in a non-Euclidean realm where the art is sometimes bad and old and often weird, and the decks are kind of bad. Though, we did start with Hero, and there was I did see a very funny tweet that apparently a like, brand new Hero list has cropped up in the OCG using the new tactical deck stuff. With, like, again, completely redone ratios and shit, so maybe Hero will be good. We'll see. Historically, Hero's been very swingy. But, again, all three of the Justice Hunters decks are good. Yummy is good. Draco Tail's good. And K9, which we're going to talk about today, will be good. And depending on the length of the episode, I did make sure to jot down the names of the, like, 3 new Vanquish Soul cards they put out, because I don't think we have talked about those. We have talked about VS before. It was a deck build pack. The new Vanquish Soul stuff, especially the Field Spell and Holly Sue, really go well together with K9. So to kind of preface, K9, which is literally just K9 in the OCG, is a mostly rank 5 They have a rank 9 Ixies, but they're 5-axis monsters. They're a bunch of different like types and attributes. We do not have like a lore yet. There's like speculation like on the wiki that, you know, we could be referencing like Jack the Ripper or whatever, but if somehow you haven't heard the reference before, in U.S. policing anyway, and I think in other places, police dog units are usually called K9 because, as in the letter K and the numeral 9, because it's similar to the word canine. You get it? Good. But also, we can't say that they are necessarily based on, like, canids. Dog-like animals, which is, you know, dogs, wolves, jackals. And in separate areas, foxes and raccoon dogs, because yeah, we don't really have a lot of those. The actual, like, motifs, I would say, are supernatural animals. We got a werewolf. Their, like, latest main deck card is, like, a kitsune. Izuna is, you know, like a wind weasel, so she's probably a Kamaitachi. So we don't really know a lot other than they are supernatural aminals. They have some sort of, like, you know, transforming beast mode thing. You'll see when we talk about the spells this deck has, because they basically have rank up magics without using the word rank up magic. And if you can't hear the music in the background, I have elected to play a shuffle of the Zenless Zone Zero music, because I won't say this is, like, directly like it, but you'll see the things. This feels very much like it's kind of coming from the same place that, like, Zenless is, because I think MiHoYo's games have a decent job of kind of partitioning their aesthetics, you know? I say kind of because some of their art styles are often very similar, and there are now a shitload of games which try and imitate their vibe. Gamescom opening night live was today. There were a couple of trailers they showed during both the pre-show and the actual opening night that I watched, and I'm just like, that trailer just kind of exists, huh? I don't think I actually learned anything about that game. It has an art style, probably. It might have gameplay someday. So, but you'll see from these that, like, these are definitely anime animal people with a sexy werewolf.
Maybe it's like literally or something.
Well, yeah, no, it's literally called werewolf. He's lupus, hound, then werewolf, because he's got, like, a double transformation thing. Like, sometimes we like to, like, compare to, like video game genres. I don't know if this actually, like, fits a game genre. This honestly feels more like just a Kemono Mimi or like furry, you know, urban fantasy police procedural anime or something. Like, they have, like, an action mode so they can do fight scenes, but then they have a normal mode which is simpler, so the animators don't die. Actually, we'll start with the big wolf's human form, because going by alphabetical order, all these guys are named, you know, K9 dash something something. And even if it's written funny, our first guy is K9. That's actually a really good question. How to pronounce it, I guess. So it's written with 2 zeros with the slashes through them. The OCG name, when my, you know, internet browser decides to load web pages and stuff, Yes, it is. He is Canine Zerogo Lupus. So, I don't know if that's supposed to be just, like, number 0, because they wrote it with 2 zeros. Oh, also, this is actually a unique trivia fact. I know you don't always come to Fail Patrol for unique trivia facts, but, it is, the first time Lupus and his series, who I will pull up his art now, I've got his name. This guy is the first time that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has ever used a /0. Yeah, Zenless has, I think, a pretty distinct audio style, at least, which works for them. But yeah, so,
Hi. Hello.
howdy does.
Sorry I'm late.
It's fine. We just started. We're
I
still
don't
on
know
the
why I
first
thought
card.
it was 4 o'clock. What in the anime PFP is this?
If you're not kept up,
No, not. I don't. Okay. I don't say this to be mean.
First of all, I think he's saying it as a
I
joke.
do
but
not
also,
pay attention to the. Well, that's true. I don't pay attention to the ocean. I just don't.
Yeah, Google
There's no
Translate is
reason
very
to.
cool. You have way too many fucking languages and no filtering options.
Like I see things when people post them, and I see them on Discord, but that's about as close as I get. Like, and I know when people talk about them in videos, I know about them, but that's about as close as I get.
Yeah, so this is K9. This
Like I
is
know
the
K9
folks
is
that we're talking
good,
about.
but
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was gonna be dog people.
Well, not yet. No. We have to transform, Dallas. We have to be cool.
Ah, they're werewolves. Got it.
Yes,
They're
literally.
furries. Okay.
This guy is, and I wanted to double check it. So
Okay,
yes,
no, this definitely looks like a character that would have a persona. Okay, no. This is
if I
see where this
understand
is going.
how this name is supposed to
I
be
will
written,
look
this
at it
is
like-
K9 number 0 Lupus, but for some reason they've written his name with 2 zeros.
he looks like an Arknight character.
So I could.
I mean, he's a little too human to be an
That's-
Arknight character. I think he would
I'd
need
say
like
more-
at least
I would-
horns.
I mean, he
I would
probably
say
had
more-
horn to be like that, or if he had like wolf
I would
ears.
say
Like-
more
like-
Hoyo. Like, this is gonna.
No, Hoyo
this is gonna
doesn't
admit-
really
is-
do
I don't mean to
hardline.
do an insult with this. This is not an insult towards Arknights. It's not nearly over designed enough to be an Arknight's character.
No, I think
so, they
Arknights has a very has a distinguished thing. I mean, and this is a criticism I have heard from people. I think you can probably say that Arknights and certain other 2D games might have characters that are leaning towards the over-designed zone. Hoyo's thing is being over-animated.
Yes.
This guy's not in motion, so it's a little hard to tell. But no, I mean, I think
Well,
he's got a
also,
harsher color palette. I
this
think
is-
that works more Arknights.
I guess
but
there's no way to say this is not an insult. Because I don't really like Hoyo. I'll be very honest. It's not my style. The reason I say Hoyo is because I just use that to mean like generic ass anime looking.
I
'Cause I
did
do
literally
think
before you
Hoyo
talk
is
about
very
Dallas
original.
say that I think that there are some, and it's not necessarily MiHoYo's fault, but there are, I think, quite a lot of artistic imitators to their style because Hoyoverse makes a lot of money. I was talking about some
they're
Gamescom
popular.
trailers I saw, so
And I think they make. I'll be very clear. I think gameplay wise, they're very good at making games. It's just artistic wise, I've never been.
honestly, I feel
Impressed.
not to go into a complete tangent about gacha games here on Yu-Gi-Oh! Fail Portrayal, but I do strongly feel like this
We are
archetype is
spoiled by
borrowing
FGF.
from
We are-
these
I
things.
feel we are spoiled a little bit by FGO.
Yeah,
because I do
FGO
think
has a very
FGO has one of the best design spaces.
very
in terms of,
strong
like,
design sense.
unique designs.
I want to say I think that's probably comes from the fact that like Type Moon themselves and like Takeuchi have like been working on this shit for a long time. Like Fate,
Well, also,
Fate Stay Night itself literally just passed their 20th anniversary, last year.
Yeah. I feel like it's only been 20 years? I would have thought Fate Stay Night was older than that.
No, Fate Stay Night was 04. Tsukihime was 2000.
Right. Oh, I played Fate Stay Night when it just came out. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that new when I played it. Because I found it. Oh God, this is gonna date me. Fucking.
I mean, Dallas, we just said it's 20 years old.
Chat room.
Alice, how old are you again?
I'm 32.
Dallas had to do math. He's like a year or two younger than me, depending on the calendar.
Dude, I've said this before. After 25, your birthdays literally don't matter until they hit decade marks.
It's very vague, but no, like I will say, to ratchet this around a little, bringing this up earlier, saying it is a little like Arknights. I do think that the darker color palette feels more Arknightsy. Like Hoyo usually goes for a more of a color pop, but this guy is clearly supposed to be dark and edgy. He will, however, turn into a literal Wolfman twice over. This guy is a double transform. That is something that like. I feel like Hoyoverse is very unashamed about doing literal, actual furry characters these days.
Oh,
and they
yeah,
are kind of the only one doing that. I think that in the big gacha space,
they're the only Eastern developers. I feel
there
like
were,
for whatever reason,
are
whatever reason, which surprises me, because I would think the opposite. I feel like Western developers are much okay with just like blatantly furry bait. As opposed to Eastern developers?
I mean, I think it's because the furry fandom is more concentrated in the West. Not to say that it doesn't exist in Japan, but it's a different vibe. But yeah,
look.
By the way, despite all this argument, like if you want to think, this guy is a beast warrior. Just again, so we're clear.
I can tell you why it's double. It's a James Bond reference. The way they have it drawn specifically with those types of zeros is a secret agent reference.
I could see that. Okay,
it's from
old
old secret agent novels because they're digital zeros as opposed to drawn zeros because they have the dash through them.
Yeah, because I assume he's like. I assume he's.
I assume these are. Because of how he's designed.
I assume he's a Spec Ops dude.
Or like an agent. He's a Wetworks agent.
What little we know about K9 is that one of their cards is called A Case for K9. And one of their other big flagship characters does actually has a badge. So presumably we are in some sort of cops and robbers type scenario. I would assume, based on how anime this is, like look at the restraints this guy had his wrist. I'm pretty sure he's a government super soldier project to create werewolves. So he's probably a dark and brooding anti-hero.
There's another option. The other option is he was captured by an evil organization, experimented on, and now he's fighting against the evil science
yes, of course. That's true. It could just be Kamen Rider with werewolf.
One of the two.
Okay, Kamen Rider's more if he's actually a cyborg, but fair.
I mean, still, but like he's still, as I said, Kamen Rider with werewolves. Taken over by a.
Okay, never mind. He was turned into a kaijin, aka a monster humanoid. So fair. No.
Because there's one where isn't there a Kamen Rider? Yeah, no, there's several Kamen Riders where he's literally.
There's a couple of tokusatsu type things like that.
Yes, the other he's just a cop, but that's a bit different setup.
Well, I'm just saying, Kabuto, he's literally just a police officer who was given experimental armor.
It is kind of an interesting thing.
Machina, dude, is the thing. But yeah.
Well,
if you like this alley, this like vaguely, possibly cyberpunk, but mostly just this is in fact what Tokyo looks like. Alley, literally the card I mentioned, A Case for K9, is just this background without a guy and a cool claw mark in it. So we'll see this art again later.
Spiridon is completely right. More than most anime archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh, this has much cosplay potential.
Yeah, this is one of those things that's like, I don't know if Konami ever thinks about like the greater fandom when they pick them, but the artists certainly think about these kinds of things.
Oh, yeah,
this feels like a strong cosplayable.
I feel like Konami
look at this guy. Look at his pants.
Because I could say Wizards does this as well. They don't do it with every card, but certain cards you can tell they made them able to be cosplayed and like like Planeswalkers is the main thing with Wizards. It's every Planeswalker, other than when it's a literal fucking dragon, of course, is made to be cosplayed.
So this guy
And
is
they
a
are.
level 5. He's an Earth Beast warrior, also, I should say that too. He's a level 5, like most of them are. They're a 5-axis archetype. And Lupus says the following things. First of all, an Xyz monster that has this card material gains the following effect. Your opponent can't target it with card effects. So just, he gives you targeting protection if he's under an Xyz, and then you can use each of the following effects of Lupus once per turn. During the main phase, if your opponent has activated a monster effect in hand or graveyard this turn, quick effect, special summon this card from your hand or graveyard, banish it when it leaves the field. During your opponent's turn, you can, quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, Xyz summon using this card you control. So this is why I thought that K9 would probably be the stronger of all the decks going out. Like I said, Yummy actually won the YCS this weekend, but K9 was very well represented. This is we're back on turn 0 gameplay, chat. we're back to tier format, but we made 3 decks instead of 1 deck. So K9 is a deck that has incredible turn 0 play. K9 Lupus, he special summons himself if your opponent activates something, which is a thing.
If your opponent does something.
Which, like, a monster effect in hand or graveyard. If your opponent's going first, they're probably doing that. Also, if you're going first, he's probably a free special summon because he basically extends if they hand trap you. So there's plenty of operation, and he is a quick effect overlay.
It is hilarious because I do imagine, obviously I don't know the deck and meta breakdown. I do imagine this leads to K9 having some very unfortunate, just full matchups. Like I'm just imagining
sure there are
K9
probably
going
some.
first. I'm just imagining K9 going first against Ancient Warriors and just being like.
At your locals, you definitely probably have some bad matches, yeah, or you run into some stuff that's just not great.
Or God forbid you have to play against whatever the new equivalent of Grand Maju is.
Yeah, there probably is still a Banish Rogue out there. Maybe a little less so because Lancia is teched in commonly for eternal second place Malice. Malice still has no event tops. Or number 1s, I should say. But let's move on to the other one. This was basically the character who was introduced
Omega
first.
was, to be fair, it was third place in recent tournaments.
Well, yeah. So this is basically the signature card. This is K19 Izuna. K9 number 17. Izuna, in case you don't know, is a Japanese word, or rather the Japanese way that they refer to the common weasel. So yes, she is a weasel Sona. This I think looks a little more MiHoYo type. She actually has a badge number. That's nice to see. She's got a weird dumb gun. It's got way too many spikes.
A gun that looks like it shouldn't do anything. Random wrist spike for no reason.
Well, not for no reason. She is a weasel, and she's going to upgrade to be even more weaselly. So it's, they're wind sides.
Okay.
Can I touch it?
I have a problem then. I have a huge problem.
What up?
Then. Why does she have rounded ears? I'm fairly certain weasels do not have rounded ears.
Chat, hold on. We're going to own Dallas in the
Hold
marketplace
on.
of
I
ideas.
have to Google a weasel.
It's very small. Hold on. Where are you,
No,
chat?
they're like triangular ears. Yeah, no, I was right. They're not fully round. It's Stoats.
500%.
Stoats have the round ears.
Chat, what would you call this shape right here? This shape.
Yeah, it's the anime weasel, yeah.
It's a little pixelated.
Well, yeah, it's an anime weasel, yes. But
Dallas, what's on the screen right now? I assume you've got the stream pulled up so you can see.
Hold on, I gotta load it.
so you can see the thing we're talking about. Hey,
I mean, I obviously it's very pixelated. I still wouldn't call those perfectly rounded. Then again, I'm looking at more of the like front.
that's, I mean, literally the picture for the common weasel. I mean, they aren't. I won't say that, like, looking at the other like stock photos on Wikipedia, I won't say they are like always perfectly round. You know, they're kind of like, how do I say, like, they're like squared rounded. But this is, you know, we are doing like for cartoon, and there certainly are some species of weasel that look more round than not. But no, like, literally, she's a least weasel, a common weasel.
No, I believe that. I'm just pointing out. I don't know why that came to mind, but it just did.
Also, hey, guess what, chat? I banish you to the weasel dimension. There you go, chat. Now you're the weasel. All right. Anyway, chat's a weasel now. Otherwise, yes. Looking at Izuna here, she's definitely a cop. She's got a weird little hat.
Yeah.
Also, I should say she is a. Sorry, I had to think how to phrase this. I mean, it's Konami, so we can probably say Japanese, but, you know, otherwise an East Asian country cop, because I don't actually think officers anywhere in America actually wear the little peaked dress caps anymore, other than, like, for a social function.
Oh, that's like weird.
We don't use that style of hat here. But yeah, so she's got, you know, a pencil skirt, which is slit up the side and very short, but it doesn't matter because she's wearing, I think, a full-body jumpsuit under it. She's basically wearing, like, a business suit, but it's also battle armor. Like, she's got, like, you know, her cyber thigh highs.
This is even more common, right?
She does have a weird gun, which would make a great
Or
toy
persona,
sale, but is
if
not
you
very
wanna do that.
practical. But she has, you know, like, a high collar with, like, a badge. And then her badge also looks like it becomes a tie that's a leash.
What is that?
Listen. The last guy had weird
the-
weird handcuffs, and, like, he was wearing, like, a full bodysuit head to toe, but it was, made of straps.
This is weird. The leash part I understand. What is the ring at the end of it?
Well, it's the clip.
Yes, it just looks bizarre to me. I don't know.
It is a
Maybe
little
maybe I shouldn't get hung up on that, but I'm just so done with talking about just random wrist and knee spikes, and I'm like, yeah, those are there, whatever. That's
Don't
just
worry, they'll get
Konami.
bigger.
Yeah, of course. And there will be more orbs.
That I think we've avoided. I think there are no orbs in K9. Or if they are, they're like, you know, monster eyeballs that happen to be orbular.
Also,
Anyway,
that is not. The other weasel-related problem. Sorry. I'm pretty sure weasels do not have that kind of tail.
I was originally thinking you would bring that up. Yeah, weasels do have tails, and they are, like, narrow. I don't think they're, like...
Well, they're slightly bushier than, like.
I don't think they're, like, rounded like that. Yeah.
Because no, I can tell you exactly which. Because no, weasels have short, stubby tails. Because that's the thing.
Yeah. No, I've got the pictures. We're looking at them.
Well, I can show you a breakdown of. I can't remember what this genus family is called.
Like there are some.
Sizes.
There are some mustelids I'm seeing that, like, do have more tail that are shaped like that.
Ferrets have the long tail.
And I don't actually.
Also, ferrets are huge.
I don't know what species. Let me see. Actually,
Weasels are very small.
there are small least weasels. Medium-sized weasels. Sorry, I'm doing Weasel research chat. Yeah, no. So like they are.
Yeah,
This
have,
could
like,
just be an
short,
issue of the artist like
stubby-
tried to expand the size and scale because she is the size of a human.
Or maybe the artist accidentally used a stoat picture for reference because
It's
to be honest,
possible.
they look very similar.
There are. I mean, they're related. There are a species of weasels that are native to like Japan and some stuff.
Also, I found this
literally
image,
those subspecies, by the way, are
it's
called the
goddamn
smallest
adorable.
least weasels.
I just felt like I wanted to share this picture because I think it's adorable.
That is very cute, yes. But yeah, like I said, I think the artist might have gotten like a scale thing wrong here, but it's pretty
I don't
normal.
know,
So
the tail just looks weird.
the funny thing is, so remember how Lupus, who we didn't talk too much about him, we mostly made fun of him for how edgy he was, but he was literally just a guy. He had a decent drip, but he was just a guy. Remember how he was a beast warrior? So canine number 17 is a warrior. This weasel woman, warrior. No beast.
Okay, I now have a headcanon about that. Those aren't
Cosplay?
genetic parts. That's just cosplay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say, okay,
No,
that's a pretty good one.
She just bought
That
she
would
just bought,
explain
like, a
why the
monkey.
tail is wrong, because she probably couldn't
Yeah, no,
buy a weasel tail.
Well, it's not a weasel. It's not a weasel costume. It's a monkey costume.
I mean, that would also make sense. Maybe she's just called Weasel for kicks. But yeah, she's an Earth Warrior level 5. Actually, I don't even think I mentioned Lupus's stats. He's like, 2,300 attack, 200 defense. Izuna's 2,100 attack, 1,600 defense. Pretty normal stats for a level 5. You guys will be special summoning them, but they're out here. So K9 17, Izuna says, if your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand, you can normal summon this card without tributing. Just the inclusion of just like, if your opponent's got cards in hand, get them. You can also use each of the following effects this turn. First of all, during the main phase, if your opponent activated a monster effect or hand in graveyard this turn, you can't special summon it from your hand. I think this is supposed to be kind of the investigation or cop style theme. Your opponent does a crime, aka activates a monster effect. You show up. And then when she is normaled or specialed, or I should say, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can send a canine card from your deck to graveyard except Izuna. So she is a foolish on summon. She should be a free normal unless your opponent, like you're going second and somehow your opponent dumps their entire hand onto the board and doesn't activate a monster effect in hand or grave, so you special her. Like, I guess if you, like, draw her on the rip, But otherwise, this is a card that should basically be live to be normal or special all the time. And Foolish is on summon. Lupus is a quick overlay. Now we're going to get to the 66 twins. I don't actually know if they're twins, but there's 2 canine number 66s. There's A and B. So first, be very careful. I want to remember keep chat in the weasel zone. But first, we have canine number 66, Yokul. So Yokul here is, well, first of all, Yokul is Icelandic for glacier, and presumably also this is supposed to be Jack Frost. Like I said, the wiki's trying to speculate if there might be like some weird like Jack the Ripper stuff going on. I don't know about that because Yokul here, and I think the other 66 also looks like a cop.
Yeah. Honestly,
Like-
this is giving me a. This has gone beyond a Hoyo thing. This now looks just like a JoJo's character.
I don't know, the big robot arms I don't necessarily associate with like an Araki, but I could definitely see like
No. Not as a human. This is just a stand.
in that case, I think she's a little too human. Like she's got a human skin face and leg you can see because her pants are super asymmetrical. She's got one like tiny hot pant leg, one full pant leg stuffed into the boot. Don't do that. That sounds cold.
Also, yeah. Also
But she's got like ice. Like honestly, you know what this is? This is a weird, rejected Mega Man design. This is a character who like would have shown up in Battle Network or Star Force, but we decided to cut for time. We couldn't fit the
right.
cartridge.
I can see that, though not the cartridge size.
Sorry, that was a cell phone. No, but yeah, it's like to me, it's the like the big like oversized arms, and also the very shiny like anime ice hair.
It's definitely Star Force because it even has the random laser vision lines.
Yeah, because it's like you can see that like they're wearing like a cybernetic like chest plate and the arms. It's like it's a bunch of overgear that's like stuff because it's got like.
This is probably my least favorite of the designs so far.
Like I can see it being existing in the same place, but it just doesn't feel like the same source. If that makes any sense. From like.
Well, I think we're getting like different
Zero
levels
and
of like level up. Like Izuna here, she's wearing like a police like duty uniform. I assume Yoko's supposed to be in like tactical gear. You've got a big canine gun. It says canine on it. And a punch glove. You've got, the looking kind of like a ballistic vest. And I assume those are supposed to be BDU pants, but like I said, we've done something terrible to the legs, and we're like, are we carrying like needles? Maybe that's related to our weird transformation experiments.
I think they're cool.
But we've got like, cyber ice skates on. It's a little goofier, a little more cartoony. Same with like the proportions and stuff.
Completely impractical. Like,
well, yeah, nothing about what we're about to do is going to be practical.
But like, not even like normal impracticality. Like, it doesn't even look like she can move her arms in full motion.
I mean, I think I see the points where the joints should be, but yeah, they're very big and blocky.
Like,
her range of motion in the elbows has to be very bad.
This isn't normal anime, like, because obviously most anime has levels of this doesn't make sense. This is more than usual.
So K966A, I should mention, there's an A in there, Yoku, is a dark aqua. So, in addition to all the Tessina stuff that nobody wants, you can also search this with chaotic elements.
Is Kickaboo banned yet?
I believe it's limit 1 still. Konami's policy seems to be all the classic floodgates are limit 1, so it's kind of like you can run them as like a little package set, but they're brittle, so basically nobody does.
Konami's ban list policy is literally the worst of any major TCG. I can't.
I mean,
you know
actually,
what we should do with these? You know what we should do with these Saki cards? Let's make them Saki 1-0s. That's great design. Sorry, that just always pisses me.
Oh, it's annoying, but I will say, like, I feel like the use of the Forbidden and Limited list as limits and semi-limits, because I have actually heard this discussion ongoing that it's actually one of the decks we talked about specifically. Vivi Cauldron is like still really strong in Magic right now.
Well, let me be fair. Vivi Cauldron is a new deck that came from the ashes of the ban list, kind of.
Yeah, but this is just differences in I think like aesthetics, but Magic players are weak. They do not understand Tier 0. They are offended at a mere 55% representation. But yeah, that is apparently more representation than I've heard they'd like. So people are already like clamoring for a further ban.
It's not. I would say that's a bit exaggerated. It just did very well at one tournament, so I'm going to wait until the next tournament before I make any hasty judgments. Because, like I said, it's
that's fair. But it's every fandom has their reactionary, so I have heard of a little bit of the pushback, and it's one of those things that I actually brought up in like comments. It was like, so the way standard works is a card is either banned or not banned. Huh? And I'm kind of like, because it does feel like a little early to hit Vivi, especially because, the fucking cards have come out so much.
I do think limiting is actually extremely healthy, especially in a maternal format. The problem I have is cards like Skill Drain, Teekboo, Goes a Match.
Oh, no, yeah, I know.
Those are not cards you should limit. You should limit
I think...
card, or like, the use of limiting is making strong decks, strong archetypes less powerful, which works.
Yeah, and less consistent,
Don't
which
limit,
is the idea.
You don't limit Saki tech cards. You either shit or get off the pot. Either ban it or leave it unbanned.
Which like some cards they've done, like Raigeki's back to 3. I think like Lightning Storm bounces between like 2 and 3.
And I don't know if you agree with me on this. I think even if the win rate goes down of these cards by limiting them, it makes the feel playing against them actively worse.
I think I do agree. Like I understand like what they're going for. Like honestly, what we really need is I would love for us to be able to actually get inside Johnny Konami's head and like pick his brain about this shit. Because the OCG and the TCG do have slightly different lists. The general argument people put forward is that cards like major floodgate type cards and other lockout effects exist to close the skill gap. They allow a player who is technically worse at Yu-Gi-Oh! To defeat a better player, regardless of the relative like power level of their decks.
I'm going to be very mean. I'm going to be very mean here. If you're designing cards to close a skill gap, not a power level gap, a skill gap, that's bad card design. You should reward skilled players. I don't give a shit. You don't give people random bullshit.
Well, I mean, Dallas, I think we agree with the sentiment, but remember, you need new low-skill players to sell cards because there's a chance that just having the same 4 guys buy packs of cards, eventually they'll stop. Like, you need to have the room for new player infusion, which Yu-Gi-Oh! Is already really bad at. Like I said, I think Konami has kind of understood that this theory is not good. And also, like I said, we're technically putting words in Konami's mouth. This is just what I've heard people theorize the reason for, like, floodgates and stuff are. So I don't know if it's true or not. I do generally agree that, like, Saki 1-ofs do feel worse. Like, obviously, the reverse is true. It also can feel very dog shit when, like, your mission-critical card gets limited, and then you're just, like... It's like playing Tenpai. You're like, well, did I draw Chandra? No? This game is over. I've lost. Did I draw Chandra? The game is over. I've won. There are ways to play around it, but it is kind of like how, like, limiting certain decks go. I don't know if I've actually mentioned this when you've been back on Failed Portrayal, Dallas, but I am old school Monster Reborn's #1 hater. I should compose diss tracks about how much I think vanilla old school Monster Reborn, still limit 1 to this day, sucks ass. It is the most annoying card in the universe at 1 because it's basically just free extension. Your opponent's not punished for it, and it's like, did you destroy something of theirs and put it in the graveyard? They just get it back. Do you have a card in graveyard? You discarded a hand trap? They get a free guy for nothing. It's not even,
I think I have a hotter take.
What is it?
And this is shifted over time because I feel like the design of Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself has made this card more annoying. I want Called by the Grave ban permanently. Like, exile it from existence, because the problem is if it just affected hand traps, if it just negated hand traps, totally fine card.
How about this? That means they have to actually bother to actually make hand traps be more. Okay, I says do that then. Is they then have to actually make hand traps be marked as a different kind of card for that to work, like logic wise.
No, they don't. Like here's the thing: you could make a Call by the Haunted that only affects hand traps. It would probably be itself a hand trap. It's like Ash Blossom, but no, Dallas, I get what you're saying. And Call by is weird because I'm pretty sure the OCG and Master Duel are semi-limit, not limited, which it is in the TCG. It's a different philosophy. Keep in mind though, Dallas, Master Duel and OCG do still have 2 maxis in addition to all 3 Molcharmies and all the other hand traps and stuff. They have a different vibe.
There are other cards you play to play against maxi. The problem I have with Call by the Grave is against certain decks, it just reads, you open this, you win the game.
Yeah, no, Call by can disrupt critical play. I think Graveyard Hate and, like, Graveyard Negation is very important, and we don't necessarily want to, like, go back to a format where people are, like, sideboarding, like, a Necro Valley package. But I think a card could exist that could replace Call by the Grave for what it does, without necessarily like and Cross-Out Designator was kind of supposed to be that, but also Crossy is like weird and dumb and people don't like it. And it's limit 1 as well anyway.
Why? I think Cross-Out Designator is a million times more
I mean, I think the thing is that the problem with Cross-Out Designator is they wanted it to be a meta hunter, like to be like, oh, everybody's playing the same 15 hand traps, get fucked. The problem is that if you play a mirror match, it means that if you get set up and have Cross-Out set and then your opponent goes to do the combo, they have all your copies of card in deck, so they just tell you to get fucked. It's a weird one. Like, technically, Axe is correct. Like, if they just made hand traps like literally an ability on the card, if instead of like effect monster it said hand trap, we would. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh would be so good, chat. We would just make a card that says when your opponent activates a hand trap card, tell them to go fuck themselves.
I'm saying great. Like other card games would do that though. Other cards,
it's true. I think the reason why Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't do that is because they tried doing that. Flip monsters and tunes and Geminis.
Yeah, but that's a bit
sucked.
different.
Like.
That's a bit different.
It's not different though. It's not different. That's literally Gemini. Is you have a monster that discards itself from hand. That's a hand trap. Gemini. Oh, it's a monster that summons. Like they tried this ability thing. The only time it's ever worked is tuners, and I guess kind of flips now.
Pendulum technically, or any extra deck type.
Have been,
that's
I think the hate against flips is
flip is. Like, Flip monsters is weird because like technically some of the old school guys like the Pac-Man guy is like not actually flip monsters. So like Konami is waffled on flips, we'll say.
It's also like
it's just a weird case of like how they go through together. So like I wouldn't mind that kind of characterization, but no, like I've kind of heard the argument Dallas back and forth. There have been some pushback that like Called By is annoying because hand traps exist to give you the ability to counterplay into your opponent going first, right?
Yeah.
Like, I actually think in an ideal world, we don't need any generic hand traps because your deck just fulfills that role for you. Cards like Izuna and Lupus, right? That when your opponent's activated a hand in graveyard, an effect in hand or graveyard this turn. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start building my board right now and have you start interacting on your turn 1. My turn 0 kind of a thing.
This. I have been, and this is obviously like lived experience, not technically applicable. Blah blah blah. Whatever you want to justify it with. I have been bitten and lost immediately to Called by the Grave more than any other card. Is it because of the decks I play? Definitely.
Well, it's the thing, right, where, like, the reason why it gets you is because everybody is running your maximum allowed copies of Called By because it's really good. And especially in, like, Master Duel, because it's one of the cards that wins the Maxi minigame, because Maxi is also a card that sucks ass and should be banned, because it is not fun to interact with. Like, I gotta tell you, I've kind of waffled on, like, the Molcharmies, and I'm kind of annoyed by, like, playing generic hand traps anyway because they fucking suck to draw. But, like, genuinely, I have also played around, like, Fuelos and Perulia and stuff. I haven't actually ran into anybody playing the banished one, Meowfuls, but, like, there is actual room to, like, play around or do minimum turns. Or if you can do your own version of the Maxi Challenge. If you go absolutely Goblin mode and, like, end on a very narrow board of, like, 1 or 2 cards after a lot of summoning, you can make your opponent shuffle most of their shit back, which is very funny. The card I want to get a retrain also is the card I hate is these days also Droll. Droll and Lockbird is such an annoying ass card because it's like, yeah, it's reciprocal, but that doesn't matter if it's my turn and my opponent's not drawing anything. They can just. Certain decks, like, are designed around adding to hand, and it's just like, so that guy just gets to turn off my entire deck.
Droll is to be banned eventually, and will be banned eventually, because, or Konami is just limiting their own design space, because it makes printing cards hand cycling effects impossible.
Yeah, it's just really iterative. And like here's the thing.
Archetype card destruction. It instantly becomes a nightmare with Droll.
And like Droll is a card that comes and goes. Like if you're not playing a deck that adds to hand a lot, Droll goes out of the format, but a lot of decks add to hand, so Droll's back in the format. Personally, what I think they should do is they should release basically, like, to replace Droll, the punish for your opponent adding a lot of cards to hand is you should make a 4th Mulch Army that's just the trap card Appropriate, right? Activate this card. You can only activate 1 more Mulch Army effect this turn. When your opponent adds a card to their hand, not during their draw phase, you draw a card. If they control more cards in hand than you, you shuffle them back, kind of a thing. But, like, that would give you the advantage of, like, a Droll.
I don't think it should be shuffled back. I think it should just be draw a card. And so, like, how far do you want to take?
Well, no. It's that's like how the Mulch Armies work. Is if your opponent, like, controls, like, fewer cards than you have in your hand, like +7, you have to randomly shuffle cards back until you go back to 7. They have a built-in anti-maxi counter where, like, if you draw 1 million cards and your opponent doesn't deck you out, you don't get to play with 20 cards in your grip. Kind of a thing. But I think that's what we should do to, like, because that feels more Yu-Gi-Oh! Is to counterbalance advantage with advantage. If your opponent burns through and adds, like, 12 cards to their hand, and you also have 12 cards to your hand, you're just like, okay, we can work with this. You've got a lot of tries. But anyway, we should say what Yokol does. It goes Dark Aqua. She's 2k attack, 1900 defense. If your opponent has 2 or more cards in hand, you can normal summon her without tributing. Each of the following effects once per turn. You can reveal this card and 1 other level 5 in your hand. You can special summon both, but they cannot be used as for the Xyz summon of a light monster. They built this deck very carefully to prevent climbing into Cyber Dragon Infinity easily. During your main phase, you can add a non-Aqua Canine from your deck to your hand. So,
it's always that struggle, huh?
I mean, it's a problem because there have been other rank 5 decks that were problematic because they climbed into, they make Nova, then they go into Infinity very easily, which is... Infinity is not supposed to be a generic extra deck negate, and the game has been better about limiting and banning those lately. So basically, Kanan has a built-in filter, which is like, hey, you're not going to use this archetype as a generic extra deck negate.
It's also bad because it can cause. Because I'm going to be honest, I was worried recently because a card from my main archetype was getting a lot of meta play, and people were like, maybe it gets banned. And I'm like, that would be so fucking stupid to get a DDD card banned off of fucking, oh god, what deck was it?
Oh, you're thinking of like Wave Caesar?
Yeah, Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, Fiendsmith. They make 6s really easy.
That's what it is.
I mean, Caesar is fucking annoying.
This was back when Fiendsmith was just the deck.
Yeah.
So,
no, I understand. I've played I've played like Azamina Fiendsmith and stuff. Caesar is annoying, but he's like just one piece of the end board you build. And I think there were other hits. The ultimate hit, of course, was actually Beatrice. Beatrice had to fucking go.
Just don't know why they made it generic.
Because the OCG really wanted to sell this BA thing to Japanese players.
Stop making Xyz generic. Just stop it.
I mean, honestly, like these days, you can probably make them just so that they're like more narrower to like certain attributes and stuff. Anyway, this is K966B. Rokujuroku Bigo. Lantern. So he's Jack-O-Lantern. She's Jack Frost. Get it, chat? He also appears to be made of fire. I didn't notice that until now.
So this is just a Persona archetype, right? Like, they're not even hiding it?
I mean, I think these two are kind of a Jack Brothers reference. Because as we know, I don't think that Jack Frost and Jack-O-Lantern / Pyro Jack go together anywhere else other than SMT. I don't think the rest of this archetype is very that way because like this is way too much robot hands. I don't think of SMT as an art style. Which we've literally done an SMT fail portrayal. They don't have giant blocky robot hands. That's a Mega Man thing.
No. I will say not SMT, Persona specific. I wasn't talking about most of them. I was talking about Lupin specifically. who's literally just wearing Joker's coat.
No, his coat's tattered.
Around. It's the other way around.
Also, no, it's not the other way around. Joker is.
Are you talking about Lupin? Sorry.
Lupus? Yeah, that guy was printed in the year 2025, Axe. It's been almost 10 years since P5 came out.
That said Lupin, as in fucking Arsene.
No, not Lupin the Third. Also, Lupin the Third doesn't wear a trench coat. He wears a business coat.
Never mind.
No,
yeah, this is like a. This is just like a. This is like a if Mega Man was a modern day thing, or more of like.
Yeah, if they actually did a new Mega Man.
If they made a new kind of Mega Man, this would be a kind of fire guy.
Yeah,
be a fireman.
This is
if they made Mega Man in 2025 because it's like, which is also like kind of like Zenless where it feels like that kind of aesthetic of like retro future. Because like this has like this is like urban retro future. If that makes any sense.
And I gotta say, this is kind of an oddball one that like we're clearly doing like fantastical stuff. Like this guy's clearly referencing Jack-O-Lantern, but like he's also a robot. So like it's definitely that sort of like urban fantasy stuff.
This is very Shadowrun.
Yeah, this is very Shadowrun actually.
Not aesthetic wise, but like the mix of urban. Like cyberpunk.
I mean, yeah, you can literally see these like neon urban signs behind this kid who's like I said, you can see his torso is literally made of fire. There's like fire like burns creeping up his boots, but also like, he's got weird fire gun hands.
Actually, I want to be very clear. His name would not be Fireman. He would be Halloween Man.
Or Jacko Man.
Or Jack-O-Lantern.
Lantern Man. I don't think we had a Lantern Man. Well, I mean, it could be a retro reference, but that's the Mega Man burned through all the different ways you can say fire very fast.
Yes. No.
Have they done Combustion Man?
Heat Man.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there was a Combustion Man.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there was a Combustion Man. Napalm Man.
Yeah.
There was Fireman and Heat.
Nope,
literally at Mega Man 1, Fire Man. Mega Man 2, Heat Man. Napalm Man was 5.
Burner Man.
Burner Man, yeah. They've done a lot of them. But yeah, no. This guy is. It's interesting to see that like he's clearly still got like the badge and collar motif, but also is like a lot looser in his getup. He's got like I like that he's got like insulated pants, but they're like blown up or torn around his legs so that they look like fire.
I'll say this: I like this one so much more than the last. Like this is probably my favorite design we've done so far.
Yeah, Yoko has the sad effect where they're trying to make her icy, so she had. This may be a controversial opinion, chat, but ice skates anywhere but an ice rink, not good.
Yeah, unless your power is literally you can make ice, so you're ice skating on your own ice.
Like I think the only time I've seen I'm wearing ice skates and doing stuff outside that was like neat is the Bayonetta weapon, and that's because she also like summons giant ice skate kicks. You know, she does other stuff besides also ice skate along the ground.
There's like rough skating you can do on like asphalt, but like because I used to play a hockey team, so like it's not great unless you got like skates that are durable enough to handle it.
The only 2 times I've seen it ever work in a fighting anime have been One Piece, which I don't even think he used skates. I think he just because dude froze the ocean and then just skated on that.
Inline skates or rollerblades can be cool, but the like ice skating blades effect is just like really weird.
Like you said. Like ice skates, I feel like does Japan have like what? No, Japan has a lot of like they had an entire gay ice skating anime.
Yes, no, so they understand ice skating. They know what ice skating is.
So I don't know because ice skating is not practical at all.
No, it's a weird one. God, it's been years since I've been on ice skates. Probably because I moved to Florida where the only ice is inside domes. But
I'm like a newborn giraffe.
I probably like decreased my amount of coordination, but at one point I did know how to inline skate, how to rollerblade.
I know how to. Oh, I could rollerblade. Rollerblade is fine. Let's just put ice skates.
But yeah, no. Lantern is, I think, another like good example. This guy, by the way, is a Dark Pyro level 5, which means he's also Chaotic Elements searchable. It's one of those weird cases where like people thought there was something that about Chaotic Elements that was like, this is the generic helper to search Tistina and Ashen because even the OCG doesn't like those archetypes. No, the OCG has actually like added some extra cards to those archetypes, but I think that they just did Chaotic Elements because they were planning on doing a lot of dark aquas and pyros.
I don't mean to harp on this point all the time, but this is one of those instances. This is one of those instances where I really hate Konami for never giving artist names because I really like this art.
No, yes. This is like
that I can't know who did this.
It is one of the most annoying things about Yu-Gi-Oh! And would be the simplest to solve. I think there's sufficient space on the cards.
I think it's no question the most annoying thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the easiest to fix. I don't think there's
like literally there's space in the card. You can just move whether or not it's first edition or special edition, and
you don't have to put it big. Like on Magic cards, you have to look at the artist name with the fucking
well, yeah, no, I'm saying you just put it at the bottom in the byline. What we'd have to do is we'd have to do away with the passwords. Which is okay because you literally can't use the passwords anymore. They make you pay to get digital copies of cards. Once upon a time, the password system allowed you to put any Yu-Gi-Oh card you could physically look at into the games. Honestly, Konami, the moment digital photography and like photo scanning came in, that kind of you created a flaw there because anybody can just look up the password. I think we need to just
before Yu-Gi-Oh was released, it was outdated.
I mean, basically, like, back in the day, like, the odds that your average, 12-year-old owned a scanner they could scan a Yu-Gi-Oh card were very slim, but, like,
I owned a scanner
as digital photography got better, easier, like, it was just way too easy to just take photos of the passwords. So we can, we can move the passwords and credit artists Konami. It's okay. But yeah, Lantern is, like I said, Dark Pyro, also 2K19, same stats as Yokel. Your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand. You can normal summon without tributing. You need to following effects once per turn. If this card's in your hand, target a level 5 non-Pyro Canine monster in your graveyard, special summon it. Both it and this card, I should say, but they can't be used as material for a light monster. During your main phase, you can add a Canine spell trap from your deck to your hand. So, Lantern gets a guy at a graveyard, which Izuna, remember, bins any Canine. So Lantern summons from graveyard, so you got 2 monsters. And you can also, main phase effect is to add a Canine spell trap. Yokel adds a non-aqua Canine. So all of them have like special summon conditions and do something. The only one who doesn't generate you advantage is, so far, is Lupus. Out of the 4 core. But he lets you quick exceed, so he's still important. Because we will now be entering the extra deck.
Isn't there another deck?
There is a monster reveal, but they are newer. Noroi is a main deck monster, but they are not out yet in English. They're the tack on card from a later set. So you got four.
I really like that art too.
Yeah, you got 4 names in main deck. That's why I think K9 gets splashed a lot, because you only got 4 main deck names, so you got a little bit of wiggle room of what you can pack in here. And if we do get to it, like I said, I got some of the newer Vanquish Soul stuff in here. So like Vanquish Soul, Holly Sue, and a couple of other 5s work really well for this.
So I believe the next one is is that first? Ripper first or the biggest?
No, it'll be 00 Hound, because 0 is before 19.
Oh. Technically, I know it's not. There's no official thing, but and this is maybe because of the big 3 anime I was introduced first. Every time I see a 0 written like that, I immediately pronounce it Zero.
That's fine.
Umbaracero.
The big one's important. So this is K9, Zerogo, Hound. He's the way you tell who's transformed from what. This guy has the same numbers as Lupus, so he's also wearing the same coat. It's a little hard to tell from this angle. So this is Lupus's transformed form.
He's got a prototype fucking dagger.
To be honest, really kind of weak Persona design overall. Like,
I mean, I do think this is Baby's first Persona type shit.
Yeah, this is literally like the most. This is the starter kit.
I mean, I think it's just meant to. Because I don't think it's meant to be. How to put this? I don't think it's meant to be horny with a capital H. So I think that's
this one is not meant to be horny. You are correct.
This
is not the sexiest. He's not in his final form, chat.
Like, he's meant to be cool and dark. It's not meant to be like,
well,
world sexy man, dude.
Okay, cool and
women
dark are also
find
synonyms
cool and dark
for,
very sexy.
Yeah, no, and men. But let's be fair.
That's true.
They're
like,
separate.
You mentioned Bayonetta earlier.
It looks like
I know people who bark at Lyokan from Zenless Zone Zero.
I mean, he just looks like
most of them.
He just looks like Lyokan in a different style. I feel. Same.
Well, and this is part of why we say this about why I say this archetype feels very Zenless.
For whatever reason, the wolf personas specifically appeal towards women. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
And I don't get paid enough to do the psych research on that one.
This is Lupus transformed, so he is a wolfman now. So he's got, his glowing eyes. His knife has, as Axe pointed out, some prototype goop on it for some reason. And there's the blood red slice of moon above him in the street. Also, something going on. I want to point out there's something going on with like this clothesline or power line or something back here. It's like dripping blood. I do not know what the artist was going for there.
This looks like a fucking Metapocalypse music video. Like a fucking, what was that song called? Bloodrecution. That's right.
This is a Bloodrecution.
Yes, no, this is Bloodrecution. Metalopocalypse is the best shitpost ever made.
So, fun fact. This is a light Beast Warrior, rank 5. So this does mean that you usually can't make this on your turn by using Yokul or Lantern's effects. They have their own light monster to lock you out of, interestingly enough. He's 25-25. He's a rank 5. He's otherwise completely generic. Any 2 level 5s make him. Cannot be destroyed by battle or your opponent's card effects the turn it's special summoned. So, in case you don't get it, chat, you're supposed to use Lupus's quick effect to make this guy on your opponent's turn, so he cannot be destroyed. Each time your opponent activates a monster effect, this card gains 500 attack when that effect resolves. That is permanent, by the way.
It's a bit sad. Something I have noticed is, despite being the quote-unquote leader of the archetype, Lupin and his other form cards very not used.
Hound is good. The problem is that it's a little slow. It has one more effect. Once per turn during the standby phase, you can detach material, target a card on the field, banish it. So, like, I get what Hound is going for. You're supposed to make this on your opponent's turn with Lupus's quick effect. It's indestructible for that turn. And then when your opponent activates a monster effect, it gains attack, so you can't even run it over to deal battle damage type stuff.
Looking at the majority of K9 deck lists I'm seeing, I don't see most of them.
Yeah. Hound, I think it's because you literally can't make Hound easily in archetype because of the restrictions on Lantern and Yokel.
I've only seen most of these decks run one Lupus.
Like I said, I think that he's definitely the weakest. Like, he's got a good purpose because he sets up the quick exceeds on your opponent's turn kind of thing. But otherwise, he doesn't generate you card advantage. And his primary thing is that he makes your Xyz monster untargetable.
There are 2 main shells for K9. We've talked about, obviously, why is my brain dead?
Vanquish Soul.
Vanquish Soul, thank you. But the other main one I'm seeing, that has significant, tops and stuff is Crystron.
Yes. I actually want to bring that up.
A lot.
Because Crystron has a couple of level 5s to summon.
The cards I see run a lot. Ice Girl, Ice Lady, Ice Baby, and Weasel Girl.
Yeah, Izana is like... So, Lupus and Izana have basically the same like special summoning condition. If your opponent activates a monster effect in hand or grave, kind of a thing. Lupus is good, but he's not the best. Izana just lets you get started with plays by Foolish Barreling and stuff. So, she is a much more flexible card.
I will note this. Unlike a lot of archetypes, most deck lists I'm seeing run at least one of all of the main decks, which is neat.
I mean, you only got 4 names,
but it's
so...
usually one Lantern, one Lupus.
Yeah, Lantern, and I can immediately tell you why. Lantern is because he requires you to have a guy in graveyard, and it has to be a non-pyro, so like multiple copies are not necessarily going to be helpful. His ability to add a spell trap is useful, but you can also just generically, Xyz summon. Izuna is a Foolish Burial, and Yokul is your searcher for other monsters. So you can play one Lantern and one Lupus and get them very easily with Yokul and not worry about it. This is K17, by the way, Ripper. This is also, by the way, the uncensored art. She has cleavage, obviously, in the OCG. They just covered it up in the TCG. Expect to see this on a feature episode of the Gunnar series.
I will say, compared to the other thing, it just feels like Izana and Lupin just feel like it's just their burst form. Like, it's just like their DT. It just feels like that kind of thing of like, if this was a character action game, it feels like that'd be the bit of like, they just go full animal for like their big combo.
To be honest,
or even, I said earlier, my comparison was, I could also see this being like kind of like a generic like cop show type anime where when battle happens they adopt their battle forms, but they don't look like that all the time, so the animators don't explode. Yeah. They literally take off their limiters, by the way. Actually, that is in fact how they work.
Also, Omega, you were incorrect. The orbs have appeared.
No, it's not an orb.
Look to the shoulder.
No, it's not an orb. That's
a siren.
No, it is rounded, but I think it's a siren bubble.
It's her cop light. She's got the multiple lights in her body.
Also, obviously, this is the.
It's just round because it's her shoulder.
This is
probably my least favorite art, by the way. I'm just gonna say that right now.
I'm okay with it.
Way too busy.
I'll show you her concept art. I do think Ripper has a little bit of busy art. We'll show her concept art in a second. Go ahead, X.
It just more looks like to me that, like, besides the ears, it looks like the her underarms are just part of what she's wearing.
Well, so I was going to make that joke. This joke has literally existed for, I think, like 15 or 20 years, because it's a joke about WoW, actually, but originally, I think. But if you've ever seen the, non-human males versus non-human females joke, and it's just, the guy is like, the male is like a weird, fucked up monster guy, and then the woman is just a human, but, red or green or blue.
Ironically, I think that comparison for WoW specifically is a little unfair. Because
WoW has gotten away from that as their technology and art style has gotten a little better.
Omega, here's the difference. If you're on the Alliance, then that is 100% true. If you're on the Horde, they let the females look, while less monstrous, they still don't look like. But
it is still a reference made that, like, literally you see it. Hound is like a straight up wolf man. Ripper is a cosmic.
I will say this: as I have seen other series that do Kamitachi people, they usually end up look like this because all they usually do is they have like a weird posture and like a tail and then like blade limbs. But like most time, it's like they still have like humanoid faces and like.
Well, I mean, you can see our little weasel boy down there. Weasels don't have really sharply defined faces. They have a little bit of a snoot. They have some whiskers, and like beady little eyes, but there's not much to yokai,
do with that. Specifically for like I think like Oshu and Tora, which is a series from like the 80s and 90s.
To be fair, Omega, I do, because I actually did deep dive on this in a anthropology class. It makes 100% sense for the females to look less impressive and more human.
I gotta get going.
Traditionally, males have weird, like, ostentatious features to attract mates. And that's actually that's why troll males have these huge ass tusks to attract women. That's why they make a lot of, unfortunately, especially in older WoW, when they were more frat bro-y, there were a lot of dick jokes about broken tusks. There were just a lot of dick jokes.
Yeah. But here, let me overlay on screen. It's a little big. But we do have the reference image for Izuna.
Like, obviously, it's not awful art. It's just, you know how it was. I was like this in the Hero episode. Some of the art is just too much for me.
And I do think, like, so I've got her concept art. They do actually, and the artist did draw a weasel-type creature with a long tail, so I think they've mistaken it for a stoat. But you can see the kind of out here. I do like what they're going on. Also, I didn't realize it all. Maybe it's because it's the censored art, but she's supposed to be wearing fishnets? I guess maybe Konami smoothed that out in the final process. The extra like fishnet touch gives her an almost like ninja-like aspect that I like. But yeah, I do think that her full design is a little too busy. The concept art makes it look a little cleaner because there's no like special effects other than like the glows on the fact that her like knee pads and her leg blades and her stuff is like red. But yeah, it's a good concept art that I think got a little flummoxed in the final edit.
I think
they do show that she's got some like
did it dirty.
Some stuff, and I like the like bust her like this. Let me see, is that on screen? Yeah, it's a little on screen. Let me just rotate this over a little. You can see it, but like the artist drew like the concept of like her arm gauntlets like busting out to monster mode. And then we'll switch back to the full product. It is a case, I think, of where like they wanted to go with a showy action pose that also, by the way, puts her tits forward. But it doesn't work out very well. This is a DeviantArt blow-up, not like the official like Master Duel like high-quality digital, so it might be that there's no fishnets in these because the artist didn't redraw them because they're not obvious. You know, might have been lost in the upscale. I also want to point out she's like cutting stuff. I don't know what she's cutting. There's like tentacle tendrils or something in here.
She's cutting the tentacle tendrils are part of her suit.
No. She has those on her back, but this part right here and this part right here, she's got like there's like little spiky tail things or missiles coming at her. I think they're tentacles. Yeah. So is there like a naughty octopus canine that she's killing? I don't know. But yeah, I think Izuna's all right. I do agree with you though that like her action pose here is a little like too. They put too many wind lines in this, honestly. Like, it breaks up the outline a little, and I don't like it.
Yeah. Like, this was one of those things that is like... So I've been reading One Piece recently, and I got in some trouble because there are certain chapters I'm not a big a fan of as the fandom because they're too busy and I can't follow them because of action lines. And this definitely has that vibe of, like it's just too much action line.
I've got a funny joke for you, Chad. I should say this. I should have mentioned it earlier, but do not expect to hear much out of Vesper for a little bit in Fail Portrayal because we're normally going on Tuesdays. Vesper, I believe, did mention that they got back into WoW, and they have a WoW rating static on Tuesdays.
Dedicated WoW group.
So
they're
locked in on that, and I can't throw stones. I literally play Final Fantasy XIV every Wednesday and stream it with my quote unquote static with my free company, my guild. So like, yeah, no, get the bag. But I felt it's just so funny. You're out here talking about WoW, Dallas, and you do talk about WoW like earlier than Vesper did, but still, it's funny. And now you're talking about One Piece. We're just trading off.
Well, it's one of those things. It was like I finally got around to the manga, and I enjoy it. But because it turns out people did not sell this to me correctly. People sold it to me as a shonen series. I could give a fuck about shonen. Mm-hmm. What they should tell me is it has the same kind of humor aesthetic as Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball. Which I'm
and I think
down
that I don't know that Dallas. Shocking as this may be, that might be a reference that's too old for the modern manga consumer. I don't know if the kids these days know what classic Dragon Ball is like.
Oh, okay. To be fair, the way I got into classic Dragon Ball is not because you know what I got into classic Dragon Ball from? My middle school public library had a manga rack of the most random bullshit.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, so did mine. That's how I got into Ranma 1/2. Which probably I should not have been reading the library.
It was not Dragon Ball. It was Dr. Slump.
Hey, the classic.
So I was like,
but yeah, no, you saying that, I do think that sounds correct. Yes, because like One Piece isn't afraid of action. I mean, it is a Shonen Jump headliner.
It's primarily an action show, but it's also gag.
Hirohiko Araki literally wrote a book about how you can write an award-winning manga. And talks about like his ideas about action stuff. It's a really cool read. I've heard it summarized before, so you should check that out if you like what he does with JoJo. But like, there is a certain amount of formularity to being a big, name brand Shonen Jump ass shonen manga. Action is part of that. There are, I think, some more comedic focused entries in Jump, but the action ones are usually the big ones. I feel like the Shonen Jump plan is like you need like some sort of fight scene thing going on. You need a shitload of characters so that Shonen Jump can run character polls that actually matter, and everybody can have their favorite Blorbo. Bleach super had this problem. Naruto has this problem.
Well, Bleach is honestly, I love Bleach.
I love Bleach to death, but Bleach is very weird because it feels like at odds with the editors at a lot of the time.
I would say this: other than JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Bleach might be the anime or manga more than. I didn't really watch the anime. I'll be honest. I was a manga reader of that. It is the manga that most embodies the term aura farming, other than maybe JoJo.
It literally I know a lot of people are like, Bleach ended, the ending was kind of a dud. It sucked. It's gone. No, you don't understand. Bleach codified the immense spiritual pressure thing. That was Bleach's thing. Like DBZ had power levels, but Bleach codified that aspect of you run into a guy, it's just a normal, weird old guy, and then the spiritual pressure hits you, and you're like, shit. Like, oh god, it's like one of the first times.
Why does this dude look like his hair is a jester helmet? And
there's like, God, I'm trying to remember what character it was in Soul Society. There was like one moment where like the guys, yes, Kenpachi, like Ichigo's just minding his own business, walking down a hallway, and suddenly he looks like he wants to puke.
Literally just turns around a hallway, and then all of a sudden everyone in the party just collapses.
No, like that's so cool. The Bleach manga also is like way closer to being like keeps to its horror roots more. The manga is way more like visceral and bloodier.
I don't think this is a hot opinion anymore because I think he's getting more of his respect now. Out of the big three shonen, Tite Kubo is by far the best artist. Like, it's not close.
I know that people made some bones back in the day that Kubo had a little bit of a same-face thing going on. Not that the other big three artists are that much better about it. But no, I think most people can acknowledge, like, here's the thing. Kubo, great at character designs. Like, genuinely,
Kubo
I know I talked about how...
No, that is the thing. He can't draw ugly people. Even when he draws ugly people... But no, even when he draws ugly people, he makes them sexy.
I think there was a little bit. The thing is that, like, I think that comes from his, like... his like inner fashion designer vibe.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Like because that's the thing. I joked that like
the same thing. Like
I joked that like it's part of the Shonen Jump formula to make a huge character roster. I genuinely think Tite Kubo drew more characters so he could draw more drip. Like
yes,
there are so many chapter covers to Bleach that are just characters in different fashion vibes. He does character designs just to do new drip.
Did Kubo work under Araki or near Araki? Because I feel like they are the same person.
I don't know if they actually have a relationship. I wouldn't be shocked if.
Well, I think they know each other.
Yeah, they probably do. I wouldn't be shocked if, like, in an interview, Kubo said that Araki's work in JoJo was influential. Because, like,
100%.
I do think the, like, Reiatsu spiritual pressure is very similar to the, like, JoJo menacing, vibe.
Well,
like,
I feel like part 2, especially to me, is very Kubo-esque in like just it's like
honestly,
we're just
Phantom Blood's a little Kubo-esque because like that's the one that's closest to like a spooky horror fantasy genre. Like and Bleach is a very weird series. Like I do think Bleach has its flaws. I think a lot of its flaws had to do with the fact that Kubo was super pressured to do a weekly manga all the time, and his health didn't always agree with him, and his editors were on his ass about stuff a lot. So like there was a lot of friction.
The industry is terrible.
Yeah. And I do think there are some moves to make changing it. Like I know that like oh god, I've blanked on the One Piece guy's name.
Oda.
Oda, thank you. Like I know that Oda seems like he's got enough clout that he occasionally is just like, guys, I am taking a fucking vacation.
He has honestly been very the popularity of One Piece and the fact that unlike the previous manga king, Oda is not a machine person because I have the utmost respect for Akira Toriyama. He is not a normal human being.
Here's the thing. Akira Toriyama would tell you he's not a normal human being. He was a weird little man. He knew he was a weird guy.
No, but he's like, to me, like, when I say not normal, I'm like John Cena type of like, you are doing things that humans shouldn't be able to do.
Akira Toriyama is the kind of guy who like
30 hours. Yeah.
No, yeah. He was the kind of guy who like even after he was supposed to be quote unquote retired, they would like, you know, Toei would like rattle his cage and he would be like,
this is a
character
this
designs.
is a reference. This is a reference for the wrestling fans. He is the fucking Terry Funk of the fucking manga industry, where he retired about 27 times.
Yeah, he stopped being
literally died wrestling. Spoiler. Well, he didn't die in a match, but he died as a 69-year-old man still wrestling.
He died still booking matches. And yes, Toriyama was unfortunately like still doing the work when he passed and like but no, so like I think that we've like kind of changed the vibes, but yes, like Oda's not afraid to just call out and be like take a vacation. But our Bleach aside, I also want to say I do kind of feel like just to round out this conversation to balance it out a little, I feel like out of the quote unquote original big three, I feel like these days, like Bleach had a bad reputation when the manga ended. That's been repaired by the fact that the 1,000-Year Blood War anime is really, really good because it's not being made weekly to try and catch up to a manga series, which is where a lot of the Bleach anime's flaws come from.
No, I'll say this because I've been loving the One Piece manga. I think the One Piece anime is utter not good because of a lot of reasons.
I think there are probably
they try and one-to-one adapt manga chapters to episodes. Don't do that.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's the thing that I think flows unfortunately. But what I was gonna say was that like I feel like Naruto's respect has gone down a little since it ended because the anime took 5 million years to adapt everything. And they've tried to do like merchandising spin-offs like Bort.
The issue with Naruto to me is I think it was unduly praised for certain things back in the day, and then unduly shit on for other things, and we've only really corrected for half of that.
Yeah, Naruto is really good in a lot of parts. There are parts of both the manga and anime that are super tight.
I think the first half of Naruto is overhyped as hell. Other than the first arc. The first arc is genuinely great. I think the tuning exams is boring as shit.
I mean, here's the problem. You're not wrong, Dallas. Naruto has a problem where I feel like the Naruto manga and the anime a little, because they introduced characters before they were introduced in the manga, because Kishimoto had character designs. I remember I said that Tite Kubo likes to draw new characters just to draw new drip. I feel like Aisha Kishimoto drew new character designs just to feel them out and see if they worked. And if he liked them, they would come back. And if they didn't, you'd never see that background extra again for 20 years.
Very true.
And, like, that means that the character featuring in Naruto's really fucked up. Because I don't think Kishimoto wrote it as a consistent, like, character-based story, other than maybe the through line of Naruto himself and Sasuke. So you get characters who should be a way bigger deal, but aren't. Like Anko, Orochimaru's apprentice, she should be a big deal. We forgot about her.
It's why
parts of the tuning exams are giga hyped, but you're right. Parts of it are very boring.
I actually think Shippuden is a better overall story because I feel like there was more of a direct A to Z plan.
Yeah, I don't. After he did the time skip, I do kind of feel like that is when, like, clearly in late part 1 of Naruto, like pre-Shippuden, you clearly get the idea that Kishimoto is starting to understand what the meta plot is because like Itachi and Kisame show up in the Akatsuki robes. But once we actually get to the time skip, that literally starts with Naruto, Akatsuki has kidnapped Gaara. They're going to suck out the tailed beast from him, which means they're going to suck out the tailed beast from you. Go.
No, like, I think everything up to Madara was planned before Shippuden started. Whereas when I think he started Naruto, because I've read the original Naruto, it's fucking weird. He has a gun.
Naruto's super weird. It's even outside of the pilot, it's still really weird. Like they have like collar radios and like walk dogs and have landmines. Remember the landmine walk dog? Like I said, Kishimoto had a very big shotgun approach, and like parts of it are really good. Like, and even part 1 parts are really good. Lee versus Gaara is excellent. Several other fights in the Chunin exams are duds.
I think it is a pretty well-earned fact. The first arc of Naruto is the best first arc of any of the big three anime. That's not up for debate. The wave arc is so good.
Right, the Land of Waves fucking kicks ass, and like I love
One
Bleach.
Piece takes a little bit to get going, and pre-Soul Society Bleach is almost bad.
I love Bleach to death. It is still my favorite of the 3 because I've never really gotten into One Piece, and like Naruto has its flaws, its ups and downs. Bleach has its ups and downs too. But you're not wrong. The Ichigo figures out generic hollow killing as his friends slowly unlock spiritual powers is not super great. It's very boilerplate.
If I had watched the anime and not read the manga, I probably would have dropped it because that shit goes on way too long in the anime. In the manga, it's like a volume. So it gets done.
It's like 1 volume. They space it out a little, and it's not until like I feel like episode like 15 or 16 that Renji and Byakuya show up. But then when we do that, we're locked in.
Once Byakuya shows up, it's just that's when
we're locked in. We've got it. We're good.
Renji,
I do want to shout out also TT Kobo's writing. Recently in an interview, he was asked about Aizen as a villain, and he was like, Kubo-sensei, would you ever consider filling us in on Aizen's backstory? And TT Kubo was, yes. No, I think there's a particular reason that Aizen is the way he is. However, I feel like the trope where you explain the villain's backstory so he's more sympathetic to you is lame, so I didn't do it. Like, absolute Chad energy to just be like, no, I don't want you to sympathize with Aizen. Okay. He's just kind of a bad guy. Fuck it.
This is aside from like any like artistic merit or anything. I do think Kubo is by far the most epic of the 3 manga creators. Like, shout out to Oda and everything, but every interview I've ever seen with TK Kubo makes me fucking laugh.
I honestly, I think it is because of Kubo's relatively bad experience with the manga industry. Like he, it's no secret that his health was deteriorating, and the ending of Bleach was a little rushed because like his editors kept being like, well, this arc wasn't as well received as the last arc, but you know, like that's like, known. That this was a vibe.
Did you see the whole thing with the fucking Rurouni Kenshin thing?
A little bit, that? Yeah.
Where Kubo was asked to draw something for Rurouni Kenshin's mangaka. Noted accused and convicted pedophile who had so much child porn that people thought he was a distributor.
Yes, not a great guy, Chad.
And Kubo was just like, no, fuck him.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's better than that... Yes. Araki was like, okay, I'll do it.
He did
a weird pencil sketch.
It was so funny.
No.
Like, arguably one of the best artistic talents of manga, and he's like, nah, I'm gonna just mess with him.
It's gonna be weird. So to rattle back onto this, K917 Ripper, her actual effect, she is a Wind Warrior now. She's rank 5. That's okay. We can talk about manga for a little bit. It's just you and me. We can draw it, expand it a little. She's got 2300 attack and 1800 defense. She is generic, any 2 level 5 monsters. You can detach a material from this card, add a K9 from your deck to your hand. Then if your opponent has activated a monster effect this turn, you can set a K9 quick play spell from your deck or graveyard. When your opponent activates a monster effect in hand or graveyard, detach 1, negate. You can only use each effective Ripper once per turn. So
It's a generic
I see
negate?
why Ripper is a card you want, because she is a generic negate, but only for graveyard or hand effects, and she's limited, right? Because she only gets 2 materials.
I actually really liked the design of this, because I know I just railed against like generic.
Well, so here's the thing.
Earlier,
Ripper could stop your graveyard effect, like a Call by the Grave. It can also stop a hand trap effect because your opponent activates it in hand, So it works like Call by the Grave, but Call by has the effect where it also banishes that card and then also negates that card's name for 2 turns.
No,
it just does a lingering floodgate effect that can be very annoying.
If Call by just negated, I would not hate it nearly as much as I do.
I'm honestly kind of surprised because Call by has been like limit 1 or limit 2 like forever. I'm kind of surprised they haven't just made a new Call by that just doesn't have the effect where it stays negated for the rest of the just a quick play, even if it was just the banish effect too for like the DD Crow type shit. Like, I don't know why, but they're here. Yeah, so
Ripper is the kind I know I shit on the art a little bit, but as a card design,
no, Ripper's a really good card. I also want to say I think this is why Lantern isn't as popular, because this card also has an effect where she gets a spell card. That's not ashable. No. She goes straight to, and you can set a quick play from your deck or graveyard, which is
that's
not ash blossomable.
Probably why.
So you already have a way to get to your good shit.
The other thing I really like is it's generic, but it's not broken enough that it's going to cause a problem, because it's just
also I want to point out
graveyard negate.
It's generic. I mean, technically it's 2 on 2 turns because they're each hard onces. So you could make her on your turn, do it, but you're also probably not doing that, because if you want to do the search, you have to detach too.
I also don't think there's a lot of decks that can make 5s on the opponent's turn.
That's the other thing I was going to say. The other thing is that she is a generic negate, or semi-generic, because it's not an omni negate. It's hander monster effect and hander graveyard to specify, but it does say negate. But she's a rank 5, so to get her, you have to be playing some kind of 5-axis deck.
This gives a boost to Chronomaly. Oh no!
And the unfortunate fact is, you're not going to play Chronomaly with 1 Ripper teched in when you could just play K9 as the rank 5 engine,
Or hell, be creative. Try a Chronomaly K9 deck. I don't know if that would work.
It might, because there's no type locks in K9 so far.
I think there's an attribute lock in Chronomaly though.
Might be it.
I think there's a light lock, if I remember. Oh, Chronomaly K9. I actually just see it. Okay. No, that figures. So you could do Chronomaly K9. I like generics that aren't so omnipresent that you would never this is not a Cyber Dragon Infinity.
No. I want to say, talking about the things that do. It's the factor of K9 is a cool package and that works with other rank 9 decks. That's nice. Unlike something I've played Fiendsmith, okay, chat? I own a full copy of the Greensmith cards in Master Duel. I've got everything maxed out. I even have the Link 3 Agnum Day, which is, not that good and really finicky.
You know how I knew Fiendsmith went too far? When I saw DDD Fiendsmith list showing up, I went, all right, we've gone too far. Because DDD is literally the most xenophobic archetype ever. So people trying to fit Fiendsmith into DDD, I'm like, all right, this is too much.
I mean, Fiendsmith is light fiends, but yeah, Fiendsmith is
it Dark Fiend locks you.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
And can DDD lock you?
Yeah, no, that's you're probably trying a little too hard. I mean, I know that Fiendsmith, a small Fiendsmith package, can make Wave King High Caesar super easy, but yeah, that's probably trying too hard. Yeah, but Fiendsmith is interesting. The problem is that the way Fiendsmith works as an engine is you cram a minimal number of cards into your deck, and you expend a lot of extra deck space. The main deck space for Fiendsmith is very small. The extra deck space is not. But you make a small main deck package to expand your extra deck options to be able to make basically any 6-axis shit you want, along with some fusions and stuff that are good. But it feels like it's very annoying because everybody uses the Fiend
God,
Smith stuff the same way.
Card. I don't think I was on. Did you go over the new Master Duel ban list?
No, probably not. Well, what is the actual list? The new list.
They banned Paradise Smasher because of.
Oh right, yes, I think we have talked about that previously. Yeah, that's
but
that
the
list
one
was
just
a
like,
few weeks
thank
ago.
God they finally banned it. Was this August 4th? So.
Yeah, it was front of the month, so we probably mentioned it before.
What's the one I'm just like, thank God, was Scythe. Just.
Yeah, it took him a long time to do that, but Scythe locking is just not cool, chat.
It's just, unfortunately, now, like, I think Scythe was fine when Scythe was printed, because not many decks could do it, but it's just so easy to Scythe lock now that it's like...
Yeah, no, it's problematic. And Paradise Smasher's one of those cards that's like... people are wondering if it's...
why, but I know it needs to be.
Oh, it's Paradise Smasher.
Because I think the TCG and OCU both have it.
Yeah, the OCG for sure, and I think the TCG hit it, or the TCG might hit it next list. I'm pretty sure that's another generic rank 5, so it's technically a worry about a K9 hit. It also is a really good engine for other stuff. Yeah, that's a light fairy rank 5. It's still unlimited in the TCG, but Justice Hunters literally just came out. They'll probably hit it next list, assuming anybody is actually doing the Paradise thing. Because basically the idea is, the way Paradise Smasher works, which is a number, by the way, so it also is 7th tachyonable, is during your main phase, you detach 2 materials, you make each person roll a 6-sided die. The player whose total is higher can't activate monster effects or declare attack until the end of the next turn, so it's fucking 2 whole turns. And once per turn, if either player rolls a 6-sided die while it has material, you can treat the results as a 7. So you can use K9 VS to make like a 3-mat or more Paradise Smasher, and then just pray you roll good and lock your opponent out of playing the game. Not a good card effect. No, not a good card effect. I suspect the TCG will probably just kill him just for the sake of it. Next list.
To get on to K9, one thing I do want to say is something just because I've been looking up a bunch of deck lists. One thing I really like about K9 is looking at most of these deck lists. It feels like an archetype, unlike what I felt with Fiendsmith, where it doesn't take over the deck entirely.
No, I think, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you and I think, before have both railed about how, like, generic deck engines get annoying. Oh, sorry, the music paused. It's my bad. I'm watching a playlist, so anyway. You've got a weird vibe, right, where there are some engines that just take over a deck, like you said. Like, you play way too many members, or the lines are way too specific, or worse, the lines are generic. They just do one thing over and over again. Fiendsmith line, make Potential Man. Not Lacrima the Fusion. What's the level 2 fusion? The second fusion. I don't remember. We'll do a Fiendsmith episode because I think they have a cool aesthetic that is also very clearly stealing from Devil May Cry.
Oh.
But, like, it's a deck where you just, like, you make either the one fusion for the negate or you make Wave King High Caesar so your opponent wants to die. That's it. That's the only thing you do. Alternatively, there are engines like K9 that are very small. Or, like, honestly, like Draco Tail. I'm very surprised there are a lot of good Draco Tail lists coming out. Shadal's the #1 contender for, like, a package to put in there. Because it's also a fusion archetype.
I was looking at Shadal, Draco Tail, K9.
Yeah, you can do that too. There's a rank. There's the 5-axis.
It's a top 4 in regional.
Ooh, it was the top 4. Yeah, no. So like Draco Tail's super flexible. Yummy is like you don't really play a sub engine in Yummy yet, but you do play a lot of weird guys in the extra deck. Like the #1 list had like a couple copies of Herald, for instance. They were playing like Starham and Martial Metal Marcher and shit. So, like, there's some fun. This, by the way, is K9X Werewolf. Also could be K9EX Werewolf. Yes, this is This is still Lupus.
This is the capital A tournament.
But yes, now he's gone double Mega Wolfman. He literally just has his Hulk pants left.
What in the Vizipop is this?
I mean, with the red and white, it is kind of that. I also feel like just give him a gut sword, and we're very close to Blythe from Elden Ring, who's also like a super popular furry icon.
Oh, I was gonna do put an astronaut suit in him, and that's Battle Beast.
Yeah. This one's a little more rare because he's a little weird. So Werewolf is a rank 9 Light Beast Warrior XC. He is generic.
I see him in literally every one of them.
Okay. So it's because they have an in-archetype rank up, basically. So it seems like he's got an interesting way to get him. But you probably play like a one of because you can't make it any other way than with the spells. So he is technically generic, so you could play him in like Generator, but you're not going to do that this way. So first of all, while this card has material, it can attack, I should say it's 33, 25, so pretty big, being a rank 9. But while this card has material, it can attack a number of times each battle phase up to the number of materials attached to it, so it's a multi-attacker. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can, quick effect, detach one material, activate this effect depending on whose turn it is. If it's your turn, banish a card each from your opponent's field and graveyard. If it's your opponent's turn, look at their hand, banish a card face up until the end phase. You're going to use each effect once per turn. So he's not a negate, but he is a relatively unique form of interruption. It's the kind of thing where, like, your opponent, like, activates something on your turn, such as if you're playing the Canine Mirror and they're summoning canines to the field. You go, cool, nice Izuna, bye. Get out of here. Or if it's your opponent's turn and they start activating effects, you can be like, that's a very interesting effect. You've activated where you're gonna wombo combo cards. Show me your hand. Show me that extra. Get that shit out of here. So no, very solid guy. I like this kind of character card design for bosses because, one, this is just a big guy who can attack a couple of times and win the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very important, chat. You have to do damage. You can't sit forever. We don't got time for that shit, especially because they're gonna fuck with the time rules again.
You can. Oh, you can.
I mean, you can, but you shouldn't.
Bring back Mystic Mind.
God, no.
I'm kidding.
I hope Chad understands. I knew it was a joke when you said it, but like, God, it's so that would be. Speaking of cards that were legal for way too long, they're just awful for the game. But you have to win the game at some point. So a guy who can, like, assuming he's at least 2 mat, if not more, because of like rank up stuff or attachment stuff, a 33 attacker who can double tap. Good. That's good. That wins you the game, if you can do that enough times. But also it has a form of interaction that is not negation necessarily, but does punish your opponent for activating effects willy-nilly. So, a very strong case. And Izuna, obviously, like I said, she has a negate for hand and graveyard effects, which is, important, but not omnipresent. Hound, like I said, is a rare include. He is very clearly meant to be made, like I said, with Lupus's effect, so that he's summoned on your opponent's turn, so he's got targeting immunity from Lupus under him, and he can't be destroyed by battle or card effect. So he's supposed to basically be a brick wall your opponent can't get over. So let us look at, I mentioned it before, but they have a continuous spell card. Which is just called Case for K9 or A Case for K9. Also, by the way, there's a lot of scare quotes, a lot of quotation marks used in this archetype in the TCG. And even in the OS version. Nope, sorry, hold on. I once again accidentally went to save as, not copy. Give me that right-click menu, you son of a bitch. But it's just the backdrop from behind Lupus and a couple of the other characters. It does appear that the street is now destroyed, and there's crime scene tape everywhere. Clearly an anime furry fight scene happened here. But it's just a background shot. It's a good background shot. Once again, credit the artists. So this is a continuous spell that says when this card's activated, you can add a K9 monster from your deck or hand. K9 monsters you control gain 900 attack during the turn in which your opponent's activated monster effect in hand or graveyard. If this card in the spell trap zone is destroyed by a card effect, you can set a K9 quick play from your deck or graveyard. You can only use each effect once per turn. You can only activate one K9 per turn. So it's the field spell that does everything, but it's a continuous spell. It's basically tanky for this deck. Add a K9. Gain 900 attack during turns when your opponent activates effects. If your opponent gets rid of it, you get to set a quick play. You can destroy it yourself.
It's run in like different rates across like how much you're doing of the other.
Yeah, this card seems like a card where the ratios aren't like locked in. So like it's not a quick play spell; it's a continuous. So Izuna can't, or Ripper, I should say. Ripper can't search it easily. So it is a good target for a Lantern Search. It is like a starter, but if you're playing other monsters, you maybe don't need your K9 names as much. The 900 attack though is good. Because it, once again, your opponent has to out. These are all level 5s, chat, so they're all big. Like the lowest attack in this deck is 200 or 2,000, 2K. So that becomes 29 if you've got a case for K9 up. And like I said, it punishes your opponent for popping it, but also you can pop it if you have a card that does that. And I'm sure there's options in rank 5s or other generic engines to blow up your own spell traps.
Didn't he miss an extra deck monster? Or is that a new card?
No, Jax is also newer.
Okay.
They're
not doing the new ones?
We will do them after the others because they are later. So we're looking at the deck as they came out now. Yeah. So for Yummy, they added a new spell card and one new main deck monster. For Draco Tail, they added a main deck and a spell, I think, as well. K9's the only one where they went, no, you got enough spell. You have 4 spell traps? You have enough spell traps. We'll give you 1 main deck, 1 extra deck. So, yeah.
I can't say much about the art. It's just the background.
Yeah.
It looks like someone is digging underground. Possibly that tentacle demon.
Could be. Let me search the Japanese name of this. I will say there is, as usual, a weird thing about the names.
Of course.
So in Japanese, oh god, there's only like an icon. Okay, here we go. No, that's not any bigger. That's still an icon size. I might just have to grab the trap card and show it to you. Nobody has apparently wanted to blow this one up, which is a shame because actually, wait, no, is this? Hold on, wait, click. There's some cases where like the images are like hidden. Okay, no, that's like a scan and translate. It's weird because this is a card I think people would want to blow up because it's the
twins.
Yeah, it's the twins together, which is like I think important because like we said, Yoko looks dumb. I don't like her art.
No, she looks awful.
I'll try this up-res scan of the card. And we'll
although
just focus
to be
on
fair,
the
she looks almost so bad it's good in this one.
This one's still like a little derpy, but I like the color contrast. So the translated name I think correctly picked for an archetype that does have kind of a vague cop sub theme. They changed it to release experiment or release as the phrasing in English. The original OCG names for these cards is Liberation. So this card is K9EW Special Release Experiment in English, but in the OCG it was K9EW Experimental Liberation in English. So that's kind of like, yeah, you shouldn't use... I understand what we're going for because it's a werewolf thing. We should not use the phrase liberation in the same context as cops in English. Thank you.
What do you mean? They're all about liberty. Sorry.
It's okay. We can say stuff. Everybody's tabbed out. We lost him during the manga conversation.
Oops.
It's fine. I had fun. That's better. People will watch this later. We like the K9. So this is the trap card. The art is okay. I get what we're going for. You know, it's the fire and the ice one coming together.
Honestly, Yoko looks worse from this angle.
Yokel's outfit's still a little goofy. I don't like the arms. I think I get more what's going on with the hair thing, but it's still a little wild.
Yeah. Oh no, I think
Lantern's
from the neck. Cool. I think from the neck up, Yoko looks fine. Her outfit is just bad.
I'm still a little bamboozled by the like one pant leg super cut off super high, the other one all the way down to the boot. Whatever.
That's an aesthetic in like anime and like manga and the Western comics that I have never understood. Like,
listen, asymmetry can be fashionable if it like draws you. It's just it has to like make a little bit of sense. Like, I don't know why on her. No, actually, no, it doesn't. Because here's the thing, chat. If she's got I was just thinking. I think she's got a holster for something that's like strapped to her thigh. Guess what? You can just wear thigh holsters over your pants. That's perfectly normal. So like, it's not even like you needed to cut the leg to like holster something there.
And it's not even like this. I hope it's not a like sexy thing because like, first of all, she looks like a like 10-year-old robot.
No, these guys are definitely younger, and I don't think any of the rest of her costume is very like sexual themed either. I think it's just they wanted to do a weird pants thing with her because Lantern also has the weird like he's wearing like insulated pants, but they're like ripped at the bottom like flames, you know. So they were like, okay, Yoko has to have her own thing. Yeah. No, it's very, very oddball. Yeah, this is the trap card. It says special summon a canine from your hand or graveyard. Then you can special summon a canine Xyz from your extra deck by using that monster's material. This is an Xyz summon. But destroy the monster summoned from the extra deck during the end phase of the next turn. They have to say of the next turn because otherwise you would just make Hound and he would just be like, nah, man, I'm not destroyed. During the end phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, target a canine quick play in your graveyard, set it. This is a decent, like, trap card. Like, if this is probably a card that you probably see, like, one or two of in a list, if at all. It doesn't seem necessary.
Yeah, it seems a little like, unfortunately, it's a trap card, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that hates its own card types.
Yeah.
Specifically trap cards and pendulums.
Like, it's a good card to draw. It might be a reason to play Lantern to, like, get an extra search.
If Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a longer game, it'd be a good card.
Yeah, if your interaction took over some turns, and you never know, there could be slower formats. That is actually a thing that happens. God knows there could be a deck that like comes out that is not anti K9 but plays more respectably about against K9 but slower. You know, like inherent summons from hand or something.
Maybe Master Rule 6 just elongates the game somehow artificially.
You never know. So like, there's room for this to be good, and it does have an effect to send from grave off something like Izuna, which can be useful because it's like during the end phase, you know, banish it to recycle a quick play spell. So like there can be a reason to foolish it. But otherwise, like you probably don't need to go through all this shit. It's merely okay. Like, obviously, as a trap card, again, you can just fire up, you can make Hound and, like, you know, make a stone wall on your opponent's turn. But also, I don't think a lot of decks are doing that, right? It's the classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Problem where Konami clearly has a design in mind, right? Like, they clearly have an idea that they want you to do. But the players get the deck and they're just like, nah, I won't do that. Like I said, like Hound is definitely meant to be like a turn 0, like your opponent's playing turn 1, and you're just like, cool, I summon a guy, I'm gonna make a blocker on your turn. You can't out this guy, he can't be destroyed.
I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Keeps trying to bring interaction into the game, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, for whatever reason, just are like, no.
Yeah, they're like, I don't want to do
that. No,
that.
we will play solitaire at each other for 2 hours. Stop it.
I could use that slot on something else. So next is one of our quick plays, our 2 quick plays so far. Again, I think the TCG names for these are better. So this is K9 LC, K9 Erushi, Release Restraint. In the OCG, it was just K9 LC Liberation, but Release Restraint. So in this art, you can see Izuna, touching her special badge, which is probably also her transformation tchotchke, and she's going to literally go beast mode. There it is.
I think the only problem with calling it Release Restraint is because that's a card.
Well, that's why you keep the K9 LC. But yeah, so it's just clearly this is the start to the transformation sequence, chat. And I will keep saying chat, even though, like I said, a lot of people checked out a little while ago. You'll be back. You'll watch the VOD.
You will come back. You'll watch it.
I know people watch the VOD. I put K9 in I put the big werewolf's transformation in the thumbnail. I put K9 in the title and in the tags. People will watch this one back. You'll know what's up. So this is a quick play spell that says target a K9 Xyz monster or a rank 5 Xyz monster you control. Special summon from your extra deck one K9 Xyz monster with a different name by using that monster control's material. This is treated as an Xyz summon. Transfer its materials to the summon monster. At the end of the battle phase of K9 battle this turn, you can set this card from your graveyard. You can use each effect once per turn. So this is their quote-unquote rank up. Except it's not just a rank up. It's also a funny haha switcher, basically. So this lets you make werewolf, K9EX, off any K9 Xyz or any other generic rank 5 you had. It also lets you get multiple material, like more than 2 materials under X, because he gets, that monster, the Xyz monster materials as well. But also, hypothetically, you could just use this to bounce, from Izuna into Hound, or from Hound into Izuna. Again, like I said, I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to make Hound as, like, a blocker, like a tank, basically, and then switch him. Again, people don't want to do that, but this is a pretty decent card. It's very, very searchable. It literally resets itself at the end of the battle phase, kind of thing. Like, it's very easy to get back, so it gives you lots of options to weave, and it works on any generic rank 5 Xyz to swap them. So, very, very good one. The next card, then, is... I used that as a thumbnail, so you've probably seen the art already, but... it's also, again, got the slightly funny name, because it was forced released, so it's Forced Liberation. But it's our other quick play.
Oh, is this the like Grr one?
Yeah, this is the wolf one. It's Hound becoming werewolf, basically. Great line detail on this, by the way. Once again, would love to know the artist.
Yeah. No, this has some very quality art. It's just Konami. So
the moon draw is very good in the background. Sorry, OBS lit up for a second. I don't know why. You got a problem, OBS? No. Looks fine. But yeah, no. So Forced Release, aka Forced Liberation, is another quick play. It says, during the main phase, target a K9 Xyz monster you control, special from your extra deck, one K9 Xyz monster with a different name by using that monster you control. It's treated as an Xyz summon. Then you can destroy a card your opponent controls.
I do have a question.
Yeah?
Whose sword is that?
Oh, that belongs to Hound. You must have missed it when you talk about it. That's the Axe and I both. So Lupus has a knife. When he becomes Hound, he holds it in his mouth, and it has the weird prototype goop on it. And as you can see, when he becomes werewolf, he just drops the knife.
Yeah. Okay.
He's getting rid of it because it was goofy.
I assume Lupin is not happy becoming werewolf.
It's called Forced Release or Forced Liberation, so I would kind of assume, yeah, that he's probably not supposed to be doing this transformation. Forced Release also has the same end of battle phase effect to set itself back. So this is another one that's really good. You just, switch up a canine to another canine with a different name. So you slide him in there.
Put your canine in your canine.
And it is then you can destroy. That's not targeting, by the way. That is just a destroy a card your opponent controls.
Generic pop.
Just pop. So again, both of these are pretty good. Regular release restraint is good because it's any rank 5 can become any canine. It also works with canines. Forced release only is canine to canine, but it gets you a pop, so there's reason to play both. They're both super searchable. They're super recyclable. Both of them literally have the ability to get themselves back, like I said, during the battle phase. And, you will be getting a battle phase in. And this is a thing, you and I, Dallas, just talked about how the game is very fast. Unfortunately, far too many Yu-Gi-Oh! Players just assume the game will be over by turn 2/3, kind of a thing. You need to clean up occasionally, chat. So you may not have game on board, and your opponent might not fold. So, yes, resetting your stuff after the battle phase so you can survive the upcoming turn and win again, or force your opponent to scoop on turn 3.
Opponent. I am going to make you kill me.
Like it's not over till it's over, and you can. God, so I've been playing the Theme Chronicle on Master Duel, right? It sucks ass as usual because the Theme Chronicle probably has the worst ban list of an event type they do because allegedly the theme of Theme Chronicle is the solo modes. So like anime decks are usually allowed and the decks from solo modes are allowed. Keep in mind the decks from solo modes are shit like, Digital Bug. Yeah, and then also Sky Striker, Crusadia, Plunder Patrol, Full Power Plunder Patrol. Dangers are legal. You can play Monarchs. So, like, it's really weird. It's really goofy. The restrictions are always so strange. I'm playing what I'm calling Boneless Plant Link because, for some reason, they specifically only banned the Link 4 and Link 5 in Ragnaraka and the Link 3 that searches. You can still make the Link 3 that can pop spell traps. That's okay. But the other ones, no, you can't do that.
In Theme Chronicle, I'm just playing what I'm playing in normal ranked.
Just playing
Battle Wasp.
No, Battle Wasp. No, that's a good pick. Yeah. Hey, fun fact. To make up for the links I lost because I'm playing Aroma Ragnaraka basically. To make up for that,
it's Battle Wasp, Bee Trooper. Generic insect
the new insect stuff. So I had some extra deck slots freed by them removing those link monsters. So I own a couple of Battle Wasp synchros, and I won a game off of what is it?
Partisan?
Is it Azusa? Not the brand new one, but the old 8, the one that says that he gets 2 attacks.
The 8? That's
which one?
That's not Azusa. It's just the 5.
But that one is also in there. I made the 8 with the 5. That's why Azusa is familiar to me. Hama the Conquering Bow. Is that
Hama,
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually won off the Hama double attack.
Nice.
But so I'm winning a lot of games in Theme Chronicle because a lot of people are playing the stupid bad decks, where I have gone first like once in this event. I am consistently losing coin flips and going second. I have won a lot of games because a lot of the decks people are playing are bad. Like they're just playing decks that like just
ban hand traps.
Don't do anything. Yeah, no, and every hand trap except Maxi is legal. So you can still play Ash and shit. You can play. I think you can play Droll. You can play all the.
Nib.
You can play Nib. Nib is very mean to like anime ass or retro ass rogue decks.
Yeah, no, me, like I know Nib is not technically like the best of the.
Nibiru still sees a decent amount of play. There are still decks that just
seems like
die
the one
to
that's
Nib.
The most mean to this event in particular.
Yeah, so like
I have won multiple games off of you now have a rock.
Crackback is very important, chat, and like you should, even if you get hand trapped, you should stick it out a little because there's no guarantee that your opponent does something. Like during the Synchro Cup,
Warriors is legal. Oh,
during the Synchro Cup, I scooped a decent amount, right? Because like, I'm going second. Oh, my opponent's playing the Junk Synchron or the Speedroid Precon. Okay, I don't want to be here for 5 minutes. I didn't draw any hand traps. They're going first. They're going to do full combo. Fuck them. Go next. I don't have that problem in the Theme Chronicle. It's dumb. But, like, genuinely, like, I have drawn plenty of what we call the Balatro-ass hand where I'm just staring at, oh, cool, 2 Max C, 3 Fuelos. This is super great. If you activate Max C and your opponent just is like, okay, and ends turn, and you're still holding the grip of all hand traps, you can't do shit. You can't do shit, chat. You need those draws. So if your opponent doesn't play into them...
in Chronicle? I gotta check that. Yeah, it probably is. It's an anime deck, technically.
Yeah, I should look at like stuff like there are lots of decks that are technically rogue that I really like in Master Duel. I had such a kick for a month.
I'm so annoyed because Malice has infected one of my decks, and all the new lists have Malice cards in them.
Oh, which one is that?
I take Mista.
No, you're right. The thing about Master Duel is that the Ad Ignister stuff, the new stuff, isn't out yet. I would honestly like to play. Yeah, I want to play Malice with the Ad Ignister Spice because it makes the deck better. Because Chad, I understand why Malice hasn't made any number ones yet. The deck is very fragile. I don't think it's an awful deck. It's just very fragile. You have exactly 4 names, and you can only activate their effects once per turn.
It's not an awful deck. It is my least favorite kind of deck. It's a deck that is technically strong, but folds like a wet paper towel.
It is a deck that's super linear, and like if your opponent Lancias you at the wrong time in the combo, or you just never see the right cards, you're done.
This is fair. It is literally exactly the opposite of DDD.
That's fair.
In terms of like linear versus non-linear.
Yes. No, Matt. Like I like Malice as a concept. The problem is I think the deck was too good for itself, so Konami hasn't given it any support. What Malice really needs is some different main deck names. It needs different things it can do. What Konami did instead is they released a bunch of dark Cyberse monsters that don't care about being banished, that you just slap those in there to paint over the cracks. And it's a little annoying. I'm most of the way to full power Ryzeal in Master Duel, so
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion. I really want Konami to make a new anime. Not even to watch it, like, because I'm not going to watch it. But because
you want to make a new anime so they have to make a shitload of decks with bad cards?
No, yes! That's what I miss.
No, I understand. Because, like, there is that problem where, like, there are still, like, archetypes or generic supports that are kind of like weird one-off pack filler, but they don't really feel like they're going anywhere these days, like, the way boosters are designed.
That's why I like DDD so much, because there are so many one-of tech cards in DDD that are just DDD-specific one-of tech cards. Like, these are not like one-of tech cards you could play in any other deck. This is like, how many Orthos do you run? How many do you run DDD Marksman King Tell? Like...
No, and I like that about some anime decks. I think there are some anime decks that are not that way. Like, I know I'll be disappointing some people in chat, but I still don't like how Blue Eyes gets legacy support, because it's just, they come up with another dumb, stupid, overpowered card every 5 years that replaces the previous one.
I don't mind Blue Eyes support. The problem is Blue Eyes players eat paint.
Blue Eyes does unfortunately attract like glue eating type players. I know. We've got some Blue Eyes stands in the audience. I know you're out there. You responded before, so I'm not talking about you necessarily. You do run into a lot of Blue Eyes players who are low level IQ on interactions on ladder.
There are no decks that I've run into more people that just blatantly misplay than Blue Eyes. Like, it is not close.
No. Blue Eyes has a reputation for this kind of like bat chest archetype, and I almost feel like
yeah, that card is dumb.
Yeah, no, reconnected. Sorry, OBS dropped for a second.
The coolest king of archetype that gets no support is Red Eyes.
Yes, Red Eyes. Konami literally can't. Konami can't decide what they're doing ever, and also Red Eyes has a strict problem where, because a couple of their cards have been good once or twice. I feel like Konami doesn't want to like play into support. Like a lot of Red Eyes cards get teched into Dragon Link, like Black
Eyes,
Metal Dragon and DMD.
I think a big problem with Red Eyes, and this is an OCG thing, which unfortunately controls what cards get made.
Yeah.
The OCG really hates burn. Like, really hates burn. And unfortunately, that is kind of Red Eyes' thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Red Eyes, like, needed to be burn, but they gave them a burn sub-theme, and then they realized that, like, they can't make that consistent to actually make it work, because you're right, the OCG does hate burn FTKs, and I think I understand why. Like, Vesper and I have talked about this on the mic before. It's important to remember about the OCG. A lot of those are even if they say regional tournaments, a lot of those are effectively locals. They are much smaller, and they do, like, sub-regional and world championship qualifier level tournaments do sometimes just run best of one. So, hey, guess what? If you have a consistent burn FTK in a best of one format that your, like, local players are playing, not very good.
Honest. I personally think this isn't a hot take. And if it's a hot take, you're just bad at card games. Best of one tournaments just shouldn't count. Ever.
No, it's like that's the number one thing about Master Duel is that, like, Master Duel's meta is so fucked up because Master Duel's so fucked up because it's best of one.
Like it's very funny. Arena, but I feel like I don't know what this is.
I have to double check. I think that I know a lot of Master Duel tournaments choose to run themselves like best of two, like you run it back. I should check what the Master Duel Worlds does, because I think that's technically like 3v3, like it's a team battle.
I think the thing is, unlike there are other forms of tournaments you can do. Like I actually really like Hearthstone's tournament style. I think that's a really interesting. Do you know what they do for tournaments?
No, I actually don't. I don't know a lot about it.
You build 5 decks, and you do best of 3.
That would be an interesting format. That would. I don't know if that would
limit
stream.
one to each class. So, which obviously you can't do in other card games because they don't have that. But it's just interesting that, like, you do best of 3 with different decks.
I think you could support that as like a function.
If you win, you can't use the deck. I think
that would be fair. That seems like a cool concept in Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, Master Duel is like super simplified and streamlined. But yeah, it's like, so Red Eyes gets shafted a lot, and then even when they come up with a cool new idea for Red Eyes, we just don't do enough with it. Because I got on this tangent because I was going to say one of the decks I played for, like, you know, the solid month, because Master Duel comes up with a new thing every month, but for like a solid month on ladder, and I still occasionally play it in events, I played Metal Morph. Metal Morph is a great deck because it has the funny magenta card interaction, but it makes technically a negate. You have a negate. It's not generic because the way Red Eyes Full Metal works is, you know, you have to make it an archetype. It's got like a Tax Dragon type effect.
Sorry, I'm looking at the Master Duel tier list, and just one of the decks on it just makes me laugh every time.
Which one is it?
It's a tier 3 deck, and I think it has been a tier 3 deck for literally 2 years.
Probably.
Those
what is
branded it? Players.
Yeah, no, brand. So, God, I'll hot take
players.
again.
I do.
I don't really want to be gatekeepy about our dumb children's cardboard game, but, like, I do kind of believe, like, and cause I'll say it, I am a pet decker for shit like Red Eyes. I have some classics. You know, last time I seriously played my Red Eyes deck in Master Duel, it's probably like a year ago. I gave up on that shit. That's my baby, but it's not good enough. Branded is a way better deck than Red Eyes, I will admit, but, like, Branded has, like, tried so hard to force stuff through, and unfortunately, they buy product. They buy product, so Konami loves them.
It also works.
Yes, the decks also. I mean, the decks. The deck works, but also is still vulnerable to things. But it's like, it feels like such a one trick. It's like, and I also specifically game design wise.
If it was the same deck over and over again, I would hate it.
They tried different combos. I know that, like, people tried to, like, work Branded into, like, Draco Tail stuff.
Like,
for
currently it is now Branded Grass is now the top deck, which that was not a thing.
Yeah. No, yeah, because Grass is not legal in TCG. I will say specifically, I do hate Bestials. All Bestials should die.
Oh no, Bestials suck.
That was
That's a different thing.
I get what Konami was going for with the idea, creating permanent generic extra like light and dark DD Crow only is terrible. All those guys are like limited one and Master Duel for a reason. I genuinely think
most of the Bestials are fine. There's one Bestial specifically that just I want it destroyed.
Is it Druisworm?
It's not Druisworm.
Oh.
That would be my second choice.
Magnum the Hut? Yes. Yes. And Druisworm and Magnamut, Pizza the Hut, as we sometimes call them, I believe are both still Limit 1 and Master Duel for a reason. They're
like
really...
Sorenir, I know Sorenir's played a lot. I could give a fuck.
Sorenir and Baldrake are played because Druisworm and Magnamut are Limit 1. Yeah. Like, they're good.
That's what I'm saying. Sorenir is fine. It's like, what is it? You could send... What is Sorenir? You can target one light or dark in either graveyard, banish it, special summon this. And it is... If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can send a Bestial or branded spell trap from your deck to graveyard. Sure.
And there is a package with like branded lost or branded regained, like one of the spell traps that's like annoying.
It's not like I'm not gonna complain about it. I will complain about Magnamut and Druisworm. I just hate Magnamut more because for some fucking reason it seems to be glued to my opponent's hands.
Yeah.
Genuinely, other than Called by it might be the card that's killed me the most.
And it's just it's not only are the DD Crows, but it's also your opponent gets a free body. They just get free shit.
Oh, it's a free ad. It free adds dragon. Fucking,
yeah, but specifically Magnamut, yes, adds a dragon.
Magnamut that's why I hate Magnamut the most, because it's a hand trap plus searcher.
That is generic. Like if Magnamut said just add a Bestial, that would be annoying. But they wanted to make it so you could add Albaz and shit, I think.
Even like a fucking, like if they said like add a reptile, okay, whatever. Like it would be really good at, well, I guess I can't say that anymore because there's now.
Well, Mitsurugi's good, but yeah. But for a long time, reptile will be the correct pull. No, it's just a weird state, and that's the thing. Like genuinely, I've heard people complain like, man, Konami hasn't reprinted Bestials in the TCG in forever. They're so expensive. And I say, I think Konami wants you to stop playing Bestials. Bestials really warped the game design for like 3 years now or longer.
I guess I'm fine with like the ones that are very much more, even though they're Bestial cards, they're really like branded support cards, like Bestial Lubellion, Bestial Saurinair.
Yeah, nobody cares about
those cards. No one gives a shit about those. It's just Magnamut and Druisworm that need to go down.
It's Lubellion pitch, add Magnamut pitch, end phase, add Druisworm.
Add whatever your whatever your
another dumb dragon. Yeah. And like I could play a Bestial package in Metal Morph, but I don't like to. Because the deck is really cool. Like the retrain they did of fucking Zoa. Like the new version of Zoa, who's like a free special or a free normal if your opponent controls a monster. It's really cool. In Metal Morph, I tech in the retrain they did of Guiltia the Dark Knight. There's the Guiltia the Magic Knight, I think. He's also a free normal if your opponent controls a monster. When he's summoned, he banishes a monster that has higher attack than him. You can also discard a card to add a level 7 Dark Dragon, which is the Dragon Nails Red Eyes, which is a Metal Morph card. So like
the reason I want
Metal Morph is cool. I want them to do more with it.
The reason I want another anime is because I feel like when anime archetypes are the ones that get support the most, like continuing support.
It's true because I think it's because it's a brand recognition.
I'll use my own pet deck as an example. We got new DDD support this year.
Yeah, no, and that keeps happening. Hero constantly gets support. They do try with like Dark Magic and Blue Eyes. You know, Blue Eyes also got a structure deck retrain and a big wave of support. Also, Blue Eyes got secret double support because of Primite. Primite's another.
It didn't win Worlds, so haha.
Well, we don't know yet.
Well, it's not going.
It probably won't.
I would be shocked if it
I think
went
based
to
on the ban list, no, because I think I'm pretty sure the Justice Hunters archetypes are legal for Worlds, so it'll probably be a Yummy K9 or Draco Tail win.
Or
probably.
I would say Mitsurugi could.
No, Mitsurugi won't be legal because it's not going to come out.
Okay.
It's not going to be out in the OCG before Worlds happens. So.
Okay.
So it's gonna we're not gonna see
Yummy,
Mitsuru Iziel.
K9 Vanquish or Malice. That'd be hilarious if Malice gets its first top in the TCG.
That could be funny, yeah. But there's a wide variety of decks that are still pretty potent out there.
No,
and I'm talking about like engines that are really annoying. I kind of hate Prime Might. I mean, it's because it's such a small package to just make Drill Beam. I don't like that guy.
Yeah, no, Drill Beam is the card that I just like.
Target a face-up card, negate it, then banish it. It's just like, okay. All you got to do is like show your opponent you own a normal monster. You got to pay the normal monster tax.
And it's just like play spell.
It's one of those things that's like it's a little just play fucking play infinite permanence.
Has it. Or just play a deck that has the negate.
But yeah, so I've had the card art pulled up for a while.
Here's the real.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I want to make fun of Blue Eyes players a little bit.
Go for it.
It's poverty-ass Blue Eyes players need to play a generic negate when I'm cutting negates from my deck because I have too many of them.
I mean, and the thing is, they have a negate. I'm pretty sure if you make big Blue Eyes Synchro, Ultimate Synchro, that I think is just an Omni.
They just don't want to do that.
I mean, they do that still. It's just that you know, if they don't get to do their full Synchro lineup, that's when we do the line that you know, just Drill Beam. But so this is K9 number 4 Noroi. This is actually an Earth Machine, by the way.
I fucking love this card.
This one is obviously Kitsune inspired. I can't really tell if it's supposed to be a man or a woman.
I think it's supposed to be a man because I think it's an Onmyoji.
It is kind of an Onmyoji cut, yeah.
There we go, Onmyoji. Well, it has the talisman and the robe, kind of.
Yeah. But he's also not like the color combination's wrong for like a Shinto Shrine Maiden, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's because it's like edgy urban fantasy.
Well, he does have knives on his shoulders for reasons I can't tell.
Like I said, like it may be Onmyoji inspired, but it is also.
I mean,
have to get the edgy in there.
It's whatchamacallit. It's like clearly inspired, and we have to remember we're in a setting that is fantasy-y, but obviously this guy is still a machine, so he's like a cyber ninja or something, probably.
Cyber wizard.
But yeah, so Noroi is another 5. He's got 2200 attack, 1500 defense. Opponent has 2 or more cards in hand. You can normal summon him without tributing. You can each following fix once per turn. If this card explicitly is normal summoned, you can special summon a non-machine K9 from your deck, but you can't special summon from the extra deck except K9s while you control that face-up monster. You can send a face-up K9 card you control to the graveyard to look at your opponent's hand. So like this is just a cool extension action, and like. That's so funny that this is like its effect is just you normal summon him, you add an extra guy and put him in graveyard, which means that you can summon something like Lantern, and then you just look at your opponent's hand. Show me your hand. So funny to see that, you know, effect text there. So Noroi is probably a good tech element. I haven't looked at OCG K9 list to see where he's at, but I suspect that you're probably
he's like a one of.
Yeah, you're probably playing like an extra copy because it's just a good extender, a funny effect, and you know,
looking at
you technically don't need to normal summon the deck.
Looking at like the most common that he's a one of like Jack and or like Lantern and Lucas. Like I'm primarily looking at Vanquish Soul K9.
That is the hottest, the most primary one.
He is also one of in Krishana. Okay, so he's like a one of.
And then they did get one more extra deck monster, which is very funny because the look compared to the others. So this is
a very different card.
Yeah, the art style got a little different. Do we... Hello? Are we accidentally saving and not copying? Google, hello? Computer?
Let's
try copy image again. Getting fucking blue swirlies on MS Paint, chat. Clearly my computer is getting tired of me. We spent too much time yapping about anime and manga. Hello? Can we fucking do something? What are we doing right now, computer?
Okay, computer.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I'm talking to my computer. Like,
okay, so
I'm just like having. Literally MS Paint is not responding right now, which is so like I don't know what MS Paint can do that sucks up that much like space in the machine. So please hold until the machine decides that it wants to work. The thing that it, well, I can't say I pay it for because I don't pay it, but the reason why it exists is to do work. Well, actually, no. Technically, the reason why this computer exists is so that the people who made it and Microsoft can make money. But, God, okay, there it is. It's huge. All right, let's resize this way the fuck down, if we can. That may be what the holdup was, chat. This is apparently... whoever made this on DeviantArt made this 6,000 pixels across. Oh, okay. There's the reasonable one. So let's retract. Why are we got... Hold on. It grabbed the correct size. God. Once again, dear DeviantArt guys, really respect your work. Don't make it fucking 6,000 pixels. Don't make it 4K. Nobody needs that shit. So my choices are like an image that's like 600 pixels or 6,000. Cool, great. I love this. Can I open a separate... Hold on. I'm going to open a separate fucking paint window that's not being OBS streamed and shrink it down there. Assuming my computer doesn't explode with me trying to fucking multitask.
Oh boy.
Once again, I appreciate the work. It's just, it doesn't need to be fucking 6,000 by 6,000. Who needs that shit? That shit doesn't fit on my monitor.
It's like the opposite of the problem I usually have, where I give you fucking postage stamps.
Yeah, you know, the old image for ants jokes.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, why? Why is this so big?
Well, because
I mean,
Omega, you've got to see the... Omega, it's because you have to see the big picture.
Listen, Jax has cool detail, but like I said, it's just so wild. But we're like... like I said, my computer is really fighting right now. It does not like showing you Jax. And I'm trying to get out of here, but again, I've said this before, but like if computers were like powered by like determination, it would be so good. Hell, if my computer was powered by a fucking hand crank that I crank faster when I'm more annoyed at how slow it is. Okay, so we have like a separate window that's like, here we go. You having fun, chat? You haven't said anything for like an hour, so I don't know.
I've been doing my yearly rewatch of JoJo, so
It's nice. I've been thinking about that.
that's been most of mine.
I'm
I
up
also
to part
usually
3 now, so
nice. I also usually hit up JoJo like once a
God,
year.
part 2 is so good. I think part 2 is probably the part that I've changed my opinions on the least. That and part 6. I've just consistently like, no, these are my favorites.
which I think is a weird combo because most people. Part 6 is weird in terms of
people
opinion.
are conflicted about Part 6 because it's got a weird ending type thing.
What is it? It's a sad ending. It's a very explicitly like downer ending.
I mean, it's
downer-ish.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, but it's to have an upturn at the end. It's just some. This is a philosophy thing. Yeah, it's definitely bittersweet. It's a philosophy type thing. I think it says a lot about the person as a viewer and as a personality type. There are some people who are like, well, I don't like this ending because the characters I like are dead, and these other people are new. They're different. I don't like them. Me personally, I don't read it that way as such. Like to me, the point of like the time looping the universe twice. By the way, this is the image for Jax. This is literally 10% smaller. And I think you can still see all the
10%
details.
as big.
Yeah, sorry. 10% is big. This is 90% size reduced. 10% of its original size. And you can still, I think, see everything.
That's really cool art. It is a different art style entirely, but it's really cool.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was still the artist, but they are doing something different. So what I think
it's
is
the same
going
artist because they have the same similar style, but it's a different like.
Yeah.
When I say art style, I mean like same artist drawing a different theme. Like,
this is clearly like the like couple episode like a few chapters in or a few episodes in type twist. So you can see Noroi in the background doing the Onmyoji thing with the like making a band that's become a leash for what is clearly supposed to be Lantern
evil.
And yes, I'm pretty sure he's evil. And
it seems like it is them to fuse into a monster.
Yeah, he seems to have activated the release powers for Lantern and Yakul and turned them into a weird urban horror monster that's 50% fire, 50% ice.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know where what's Weasel Lady stands. Like she's the one. If I had to guess the morality of the characters, I genuinely can't tell if she's supposed to be good or bad.
She's dressed like a cop. Obviously, once again, implying
but
you
the
could
thing
be
is,
anything. But like, I don't actually know like what
we're. That organization.
Well, he is not really that way. I don't think he's got a badge on. He's like got things out there. Like Lupus is clearly like the like anti-hero type guy, right? Because like
Lupus is clearly not happy to be where he is, but he's gonna do the job regardless.
Like he seems like a guy who like has been forced into this circumstance because he's the only character we've seen so far with like a double release. He's the only rank 9.
That's why I think the
Izuna into Ripper is like she is like she's a Wind Warrior is her like transformed type. She seems a lot more under control. Yeah. Like that seems like how that process is supposed to work. This one is clearly not how this is supposed to work.
That's why I think she might be on the same side as Noroi.
Well, I don't know because like Noroi's like he also seems to be doing like a forced transformation. To these guys because this is K9666 Jax.
Yeah. My guess, just from obviously all we have is image stills. From content,
they don't have the actual lore.
I feel like the police organization, whatever they're working for, is forcing Lupin to transform. So that would make me assume this is. That one I don't know about because Lupus is the only one we've seen so far who has 2 transformations, right? Like he has Hound and then Werewolf. So I don't know where that's supposed to work out. Where because like we've seen from like the way the card art implies, there's like regular release, release restraints is what Izuna does, and then when he goes full Werewolf, Lupus into Werewolf is doing forced release. And then the twins together was called experimental release. So there could still be some sinister stuff going on, but obviously this is not normal. This is K9666 Jax. Yeah. I'm fairly certain whatever the Izuna situation, like that's the thing. I am fairly certain Lupus is good and Noroi is bad.
Those
are the two.
Like I know Noroi is an Earth machine, he's a bad guy, clearly. Lupus is Lupus is a Earth Beast Warrior, but both his Xyz forms, even though they're spooky, are light Beast Warriors. So I think we're doing something with that. So this is K9 Jax, which is a rank 5 Dark Fiend. 2600 attack, 2500 defense.
It's also K9.
Sorry, what was that, Dallas?
It's also K9666.
Yeah. No.
It was not very subtle.
No. It is a fiend. So it is generic. It's 2 level 5s. If this card is Xyz summoned, or your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand or grave, detach a material, target a monster on the field, destroy it. You can only use this effect once per turn. A K9 monster that uses this card as material gains this effect during any turn when your opponent has activated a monster effect in hand or graveyard. Battle damage this card inflicts is doubled. So this is just another tech piece.
This seems good.
It gives you yet another card you can cycle through because it's another K9 Xyz rank 5, so you can bounce into it if you need to. Remember that the summon off of the 2 K9 Liberation quick plays is treated as an Xyz summon, so you can quick play into that effect to pop a card.
And if another Xyz one of this has this as a material, you get to use the effect.
It has an add-on effect which doubles battle damage when your opponent activates an effect.
Is it only K9?
Yes, it is only a K9
so
Xyz monster.
If you turn this into werewolf,
your opponent dies.
Werewolf
Werewolf gets 2 or 3 attacks. He's a 3300, and battle damage is doubled. Your opponent dies. This is a good card. Card design wise, because it's another tech piece, it's another form of interaction because it's pop a monster on the field. But also it's support for the core archetype in that it gives you a cool thing to go into werewolf because nobody was going.
I'm gonna give this card a 9 out of 10 for theme because it's about torturing children, and a 9 out of 10 for playability.
I'm not gonna comment on that one. Also, apologies for being late. I fell asleep at 6 a.m.
That's fine. I fell asleep at 3.
I've been a little better about sleeping, but I've had some rough nights.
Oh, no. Omega, this is me trying to... Because I've been sick the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I'm still a little sick. Now, I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule.
No, that's
that was
It is
improving.
almost 12 p.m., and then I have to make a phone call to work as I have to book my shifts for the next fortnight, so... Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all right. So, Loth, here's the thing. I wasn't here alone this time. Axe left after the first hour because he has another appointment. So, for the last 2 hour and 45 minutes, Dallas and I have just been yapping because that's what we do.
we have just been...
We went on like a full-blown 20-minute tangent about the big 3. Maybe more like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
We've been talking about JoJo off and on.
Look. But no, I really like K9 as an archetype because even though they're powerful, obviously they're powerful, they're meta relevant.
They're making tubs.
Although, to be fair, I think some of that is because I think the new Vanquish Soul support is dumb.
Very goofy. We'll talk about that. We don't need to make the episode longer, but we will round it out. Also, so we don't just end the show right now and Loth has to go home.
Yeah.
Metaphorically, he's literally already home.
I think it's a powerful archetype, but balanced enough.
Yeah, so
that's my opinion.
Ripper is a negate, but it's only a hand or graveyard effect. Jax, when they add it, will be a pop. Hound is just a guy who's hard to out, right? He's indestructible when summoned. And Werewolf is a battle tricker,
It feels like they learned from Ryziel.
Yeah, Ryziel's problem... I say this once again as a person who is I'm 4 ultra rare crafts away from a full power Ryziel deck in Master Duel right now. Ryziel's problem is that every fucking card is a starter and extender. I've played against a little bit of Ryziel on ladder. It's just a deck that's just does 4,000 things. You get 2 or 3 Ryziels in your opening hand, you're just gonna do whatever you want. It's not cold fusion, it's hot fusion.
It's hard to out because as someone who plays a deck that is literally just starters and extenders, DDD, is that deck.
Yeah, Ryzeal's other problem is that they get to make any rank 4 in the game that's not locked.
They are, yes, they do not, it does not restrict you at all. DDD is like, if you play this, you get to have all starters and extenders, but you only get to play with our toys. No one else's.
So I played against a guy on ladder. I was playing Mimigul. I think this was on stream, so you can see the footage.
You get to play Typhoon. That is your only non-DDD activate card. It's literally...
So I opened Mimigul. Mimigul's another great, by the way, like little deck that I like to play in Master Duel. Very cool. Very fun. I played full power Mimigul. Went first, won the coin flip, dumped my entire hand onto their board, mostly, but like I did the whole combo, set up my interrupts and everything, all that stuff. Had no cards left in hand. My opponent played through it all, flipped up my own guys to like clear their board. They summoned like 2 guys. They did like the Mirologic aggregator shit with send from extra, which sucks ass. I hate that one. That specific Ryzeal that does that.
I have 2 decks that specifically counter Ryzeal, or not specifically. They just happen to counter Ryzeal. So I have had a little bit luck, because it's very funny. Ryzeal cannot out Big Bungus Cybers Giant Man.
Yeah, you can't beat at arrival Cybers if he's made with the right materials.
Well, if he's 5 matches high, I should say.
Yeah, if he's just unaffected by every attribute's effects, Ryzeal dies.
4,000, they can't.
Because they're only limited to rank 4s. They can't make super big guys. But yeah. To end this story, after all that stuff, my opponent went like full combo, did all my interruptions and stuff. They Exiton Knight me twice.
Yep.
They just did Exiton Knight. A couple of my cards weren't destroyed by that, so they were just like, cool, detach again, blow up the board. And I'm like, well, normally this would not be a game ender because you can't kill somebody after you Exiton Knight them twice, but I played my entire hand and I'm playing Mimigul, and I have no more cards on field.
So the other card that counters Ryzeal, and I am just going to try and sell people on DDD at this point. So DDD High King Duodecimus, or whatever the fuck his name is. Whenever Ryzeal activates in the hand, you could just absorb it. So whenever they try to special summon, you could just go yoink, and that's about a once per turn.
That would probably be the counter.
Yeah, you just
chat,
materials and just attach.
Chat, don't sleep. Don't sleep on DDD. I don't think all their new support's in MD yet, but
no, it's not. It's not.
They're cooking.
No, DDD is literally, I have called it, and I will keep calling it. It is a perpetual rogue deck. I will believe it is a tournament competed deck when I see it, but it is always perpetually a rogue deck. Unfortunately, it requires a fucking manual to play. So
yeah. So I've pulled up for now. I've pulled up Valon, the Super Sky Blaster. Valon, the Psychic Musketeer in the OCG. This is a rank 5 generic monster that was added in Duelist Advance. So in the TCG, it came out before Jush, but in the OCG, it came out after Jush. So this is clearly a card that is like generic, but supposed to go in the K9, package. He's a rank 5 Dark Psychic Ixie, 2,500 attack, 2,200 defense, completely generic. During the main phase, quick effect, detach a material, target a face-up card monster opponent controls. Boogamoon. Put that shit face down. If this card's sent to the graveyard, target a face-down card on the field, destroy it. You can use each effect once per turn. So, Valon is just like another tech card in the rank 5 arsenal that K9 plays a lot of. And he's a weird psychic bird.
I see they wanted to get... Well, he's a retrain.
Well, yeah, he's being called the Sky Blaster. He's very clearly supposed to be related to
the Castiel, the Sky Blasting Musketeer. So I
think they might also...
He wasn't a robot.
Let's see, Castel, Sky Blaster Musketeer. Because, Valon is called, a Musketeer in the OCG. It's probably a reference to Dumas. The Three Musketeers. Let me see if...
Yeah, probably. I'm just shooting.
Oh. Okay, yeah, so Castel... also works. Charles Debats de Castelmore d'Artagnan. So it's like part of D'Artagnan's name. So
so essentially, I think they're supposed to either be the same person or in the same group.
Yes, because Valon is based off of Porthos' full name, I think. Yes, Porthos, Baron du Valon de Bressieux de Pierrefonds. So I guess that means that eventually they'll have 2 more psychic musketeers.
Maybe.
But yeah, no, Valon is a good card.
The art is a bit odd.
I mean, he's a weird robot bird musketeer man with a psychic gun.
His gun looks like a super soaker.
That's because it's psychic. He's a psychic musketeer. It's a psychic
musketeer. The hose from it is very unfortunately placed.
Yeah, no, it goes to like a belt loop. Because this bird has a super pinchable waist.
He's got it's a fucking fart gun.
He has full JoJo waist.
Fart.mp3.
Oh no.
But no, neat card. So let's talk a little about Vanquished Soul. Vanquished Soul got some new
video
cards.
I saw on YouTube of a bodybuilder rating JoJo's physiques, and everyone is just like, these people have the tiniest waists. They would not exist. It's not even about the muscles. It's like, no, they would not have this big muscles with that small waist. No.
Yeah, no, the especially in later parts.
Yeah. Well, no, I think part 2 was particularly bad.
Yes, you're right. You're probably right. I think part 2 was also like still the men started to get a little more Dorito shaped. Like in part 1, everybody's basically Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, everyone is a square. They're all refrigerators.
2 is when we get a little more svelte.
The only physique he rated as more unrealistic than JoJo physiques was Baki.
Yes, because the people in Baki are super fucked up.
Specifically, the dad. The dude who has abs on his back.
I have never seen Baki. I do know that man is all
Yujiro
kinds of messed up.
Yujiro Hanma is one of the funniest characters ever, but also terrifying.
But so it's her. She's the myth, the legend. This is Vanquished Soul, Halisu. They spell it with 2 L's and IE in the TCG. It's just Horisu in the OCG, so it could be Holy Sue. But who the fuck knows?
So, Vanquished Souls are supposed to be like superheroes, right?
No, they're fighting game characters.
Yeah. Okay, that same difference.
Let me actually find. I
similar
do believe they did get a.
Well, no, in terms of costumes, like the era of comic books specifically, I was thinking of was late '90s, early 2000s, which basically all look like fighting game characters.
I mean, I think it depends on the guys. Like Raisin, he's got like the high collar jacket and the like turbojet punches. Vanquished Soul Pantera's just a fucking. She's just a wrestler.
So most of her drip, I would give like a 7 or 8 out of 10. I have one huge problem. Can you guess what it is?
Actually, no, I'm not sure. What do you think you don't like?
The fucking the arms. What the? No, just no.
Oh yeah.
That
She's got like
terrible.
a weird.
The like.
She's got like half like half a bodysuit on.
And this is a huge problem. That's why I went to comic books, is because this specific problem is all over 90s comics, where they have like the front of a sleeve, but none of the rest of a sleeve for no fucking reason.
Like, specifically, I will say, I think the thing that Vanquished Soul is aping, much like I talked about how I think K9 is supposed to be referencing, like, MiHoYo. Vanquished Soul is, like Guilty Gear. Like, it's like an Arc
that was my
fight.
first thought seeing this.
I didn't get Guilty Gear, and maybe this is because I don't play much Guilty Gear. I more got Skullgirls from this.
I mean, Dr. Madlove...
Particularly the skeleton.
Just the way the skeleton is like mogging at the fucking card.
That I don't think would be out of place and like that. I don't actually, there's a lot of cards that are more referent. Like Dr. Madlove is certainly more like that. But you also have weird stuff, like I said, like Raisin. Vanquish Soul Raisin is just a guy.
Also, the fact that much like 90s wrestling, Skullgirls has the thing where all of the fighters have a profession for some reason.
Well, here's the thing: the rest of Vanquish Soul is not like that.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying her specifically reminds me of Skullgirls.
I mean, I could see it with the over-design. I do think that Vanquish Soul borrows a little from
also,
a few different areas.
I think Skullgirls is fucking rad.
I do want to say, so what the wiki calls out that they think she's probably like a puppet-type fighter with her skeleton man, which would include Misfortune from Skullgirls, also a Guilty Gear character, Zato.
The character who just went into my brain.
But there is also, you could play Rosalina and Luma. So, like, I think that that is probably the thing that she's going for, is she resembles both a archetype from Guilty Gear, but also happens to be resembling a Skullgirls type vibe. It's a good look. So Horisu is an Earth Psychic 5. She's got 500 attack and 2200 defense. During the main phase, quick effect, reveal one other Vanquish Soul monster in your hand, special summon this card from your hand. Quick effect, you can activate one of these effects by revealing the appropriate monsters, which again indicates to me that a lot of people say this. I think Vanquish Soul is supposed to represent a tag fighter because they have this effect where they like show your opponent cards in hand, so they like have assists basically.
No, I'll say this: the rest of Vanquish Soul is much Guilty Gear focus, with one Tekken character in there just because.
Well, I think that is kind of the thing, is that like it's clearly is.
It is Japanese fighting games, but not Street Fighter. Is the way I would
it involves several different types. Yeah, it's not. They're not mundane enough to be Street Fighter. Even then, what's his face?
Who's the one that is just a Tekken character? I think it's Raisin. No, it's not Raisin.
Raisin is just a guy. You may be thinking of Pantera, because she looks like a wrestler. Like she's a furry because she's a leopard woman, but otherwise she's just dressed like a wrestler, and she has a cape with a skull.
Caesar Valius, that's what it was.
You think Caesar Valius is a Tekken guy? Probably. Tekken does have some very.
Have you played Tekken 7? That's the question.
No, actually, I haven't played the newest one.
Tekken
does have some over-the-top guys. I mean, to what Caesar Valius looks like to me, because especially because his archetype is dragon. He's just a dragon man. He's like a boss
also
character.
Soul Calibur character, maybe.
Yeah. I will say that actually, honestly, Jiaolong is probably the Soul Calibur character. Here, I'll post to him. This guy was their first extra one. I would say he's a Street Fighter character, except he has a 3-section staff, so he is clearly a Soul Calibur.
Yeah.
Or not even a 3-section, he's a multi-section staff.
Raisin might be a Street Fighter character. If I were to place Pantera, I would honestly put him or her in Mortal Kombat, one of the new things.
That's an interesting pull. I don't know. I think that like the classic wrestling suit design.
I feel like maybe King of Fighters. Actually.
Could be King of Fighters as well. Yeah. Heavy Borger is definitely like an Arxis fighting game because he's a fucking giant robot man with a pompadour.
Madlove is also Skullgirls or Guilty Gear. Take a pick.
Yeah, because she's got that cartoonish extra.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Dude. I don't know what the fuck we're doing with Pluton, the slime guy. Pluton HG.
Marvel MVC maybe.
Could be.
The only slime fighter I can think of is Shubnogorath.
It may be Shumagora.
Or Shumagorath, sorry.
And it may be that like Marvel is supposed to be the one, because there is like that one trap card. What is it called? Trinity Burst, which is like clearly your like team super thing. You know, all 3 people together. So like they borrow from a lot of areas. So Holly Sue, her Earth Dark effect, you can reveal an Earth and a Dark. take control of a monster your opponent controls with the lowest attack. Your choice if tied until the end phase. She controls or puppets a guy. Fire and Dark, especially summoning non-psychic Vanquish Soul from your deck. You only use each event once per turn, can't affect more than one on the same chain. So Holly Sue is the bread that keeps, or maybe the butter perhaps, that keeps the K9 Vanquish Soul line working. Because Vanquish Soul main deck monsters are Earth and Dark. So just... play the right kind of Vanquish Souls to Summoner, and you can reveal Earth and Dark to Snatch Steal one of your opponent's monsters, or Change of Heart them, technically. The Fire and Dark effect works really good if you're actually playing Vanquish Soul, because it gets you anybody you like from the deck. And because this is during the main phase, she's another turn 0 play. So she's just a really good extender.
Oh my god, this is a screenshot from Tekken that just is why I said Tekken for him.
No, you're right. Yes, this is the thing. This is the kind of Tekken stuff that I don't see a lot of. But no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, this is like the boss mode guys.
I wish I remembered the name of this video. There's a video on Tekken lore.
I've watched some videos about Tekken's like vibes.
About it. Well, it's people learning about it. So it's a podcast, living by the lore. Shout out to Loft. It's an Australian podcast.
Woo!
I love it, where it's basically 3 guys. Every week, one guy does every month or however long they do it, one guy does a deep dive into a fandom and tries to explain the lore to the other 2 people. And the one on Tekken is just fucking bananas.
Yeah, so the thing I know about Tekken, because I know a little about like Tekken's early lore, because actually, shout out to another YouTube channel, Grimbeard does great super long video essays. He did a fucking, like, most recent video is like, I feel it's like 3 or 4 hours about like the history of Chronicles of Riddick as a franchise and the video games. But did one on Death by Degrees, the like Nina Tekken spin-off game. So talked a little bit about the Tekken lore and her character up to like Tekken, I want to say like 3 or 4. So the recurring theme I know about Tekken is that the Mishima Zaibatsu controls the world and decides things through fighting through Iron Fist tournaments and throwing your son off a cliff.
Okay, so they don't control the world; they control Japan. That's only.
That's fair. No, that's correct. That's probably correct. No, I should say that. They control Japan. You're right, because there are other forces.
The end of Tekken 6, they declare war on the world.
No, you're right. That's fair. It just because it's a Japanese game, that Japan is not the world. You also have Irish revolutionaries, super soldier robots.
I think Tekken is the most insane fighting game series that is based in reality.
And also,
I think Mortal Kombat's lore might have it beat.
But Mortal Kombat's lore is also like,
real.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat's lore is also like straight up a Saturday morning cartoon type shit. Like it would be perfectly comfortable in like comic books, you know.
Like Tekken gets progressively wilder the longer it goes on.
I think like the early Mortal Kombat's had a little bit of wiggle room, you know,
it was
in
still
just being like a death tournament.
Who stole people? No, it was a death tournament, and the loser was going to take all of the souls of Earthrealm.
Yeah.
It so just wasn't Shao Kahn. So it was a tournament to save Earth.
It's still like very high level stuff. Mortal Kombat also though is very funny because the character tier list in Mortal Kombat's very silly. Because on one hand you've got oh god, I'm forgetting his fucking name. The actor guy.
Raiden?
No. The
actor.
Johnny
Cage?
Johnny Cage, I'm right. It's Cage something. Johnny Cage. So you've got Hollywood action star Johnny Cage versus a literal fucking hell demon. God of the cosmos.
Actually, Johnny Cage has and always has had magical powers.
No, it's true. I don't remember how exactly he has magic powers. It's just the setup, you know.
The funniest character is Stryker. Just a cop.
Just a cop. Yes.
What is his abilities? He has a gun.
And I do like that Mortal Kombat's been going on long enough that they can do legacy stuff. Like, you know, you've got Johnny, then you've got, like, Cassie Cage. What's her backstory? She's Johnny Cage and Sonya's kid.
Sonya's daughter.
That's all she needs.
I mean, technically, we make fun of him, but Johnny Cage is the one canonically who defeats Shinnok.
No, Johnny Cage is actually one of the most powerful characters in... He's the most powerful non-god hero.
He's a pretty strong guy. I suppose I probably should have done the other one, which is Scorpion, which is guy with knife on stick.
Yes. Especially
the
first
but he's dressed like a ninja, so... He's dressed like a ninja, well, so he's cool.
No, he is a ninja. He is a ninja. He's from a ninja clan.
As opposed to Sub-Zero, who is ice.
Well, he's also a ninja from a ninja clan. Because
fighting games are very funny, and I do like fighting games. I do not like playing them competitively. Marvel Tokon looks fucking cool as hell.
Fucking
I love Soul.
Well, Sub-Zero killed
Soul Calibur.
The first Sub-Zero killed Scorpion's family.
That would be the problem. Is I'd have to catch up on like actually play the story modes for like 5 and 6, but that would be my deep dive. Would be talking about Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur lore is also fucking wild because it's all set in like the 16 and 1700s. So, Isabella Valentine, right? Quintessential British lady. She studied the ancient art of alchemy and put a piece of her soul in her sword, which is alive. Her dad is Cervantes, the pirate, who is a ghost because he once possessed Soul Edge.
Well, no. He's also a demon ghost.
He's been to hell. There are multiple demons in this series, by the way. Siegfried was just once Siegfried, but then he became Nightmare when he picked up Soul Edge. But when he finally was free from Soul Edge and threw it away, his armor came back to life as Nightmare anyway, so we could keep making two fighters. Raphael is not a vampire, but he's also definitely a vampire because he's been poisoned by the shards of Soul Edge. So he's a weird French nobleman who's very pale, and he has a weird daughter who also uses a rapier. Also, Tira is here for some reason. Why?
Wait,
don't
daughter?
know.
I thought it was his wife.
No, my personal favorite is there's this caretaker of time who has to guard over everything, who then becomes an FBI agent in the 1980s.
Also, Sophidia is here because the Greek gods are still real and they're still out there, even though it's like the Renaissance.
Also, most powerful fighter in the entire world, man with owl head.
Yes, Algol is actually the most powerful.
Yeah.
I would have made the joke, though, who's the most powerful character in Soul Calibur? Darth Vader, because he can hold both Soul Calibur and Soul Edge at the same time.
Technically, I mean, if we go by the canon they chose, technically, Star Killer is also canon, and he's stronger than Vader.
True. But no, the Soul Calibur is wild. And, like, some of them are so weird, because, like, Mitsurugi is just a guy. He's just a samurai.
Just a samurai. Kilik, also just a dude.
So, at one point, Kilik and his 3 friends were, like, touched by the Soul Edge or the Soul Calibur in a way. I think he's one of the canonical users. So, he's, like, got extra juice. But at least in one story, he just was, like, a village guy whose village was blown up by evil dudes who studied a staff. Like Maxi, the nunchuck guy. Maxi is just a fucking pirate.
You know what Soul Calibur game needs a remake?
Which one?
Fucking Soul Calibur 3. It's such a good game.
It's true. Soul Calibur 3 is really good. That was my mainstay.
It has a story mode. It has a story mode. Like not a arcade mode. It has a full campaign.
Yeah. Chronicles of the Sword,
which is awesome.
Chronicles of the Sword was so fucking stupidly
good. The other funniest part that I love is all of the endings had a canonical bad ending that you had to do a quick time event, and you either got the good or bad ending.
No, I played a decent amount of Soul Calibur 4 because the Star Wars crossover part was fucking funny.
Soul Calibur 2 and 3 are the two that I played.
No, 2 and 3 are those are my main.
2 on the GameCube,
those games are
and then 3.
god tier. I was a PS2 Andy, which was funny because I got what's his face?
I didn't get a PS2 until later. Yoshimitsu?
Yeah, I think it was either Yoshimitsu or it was
no
Heihachi.
Yoshimitsu's just in the game. Sorry.
Yes, right. Because they're made by the same. They're made by the same guys as Tekken, I believe, or related. So Yoshimitsu's just in both games. He's just a weird.
Yeah.
So Mitsurugi's just a samurai. Yoshimitsu is a weird is a weird robot samurai man.
He's a cyber interdimensional ninja. Because he is canonically in both Tekken and Soul Calibur.
Yes. But if you guys don't know about Soul Calibur's long-standing crossover history, the console-exclusive character in Soul Calibur 2 for the GameCube was Link. Straight up.
Yes. And the best part is all of these are canonical to the game.
Yes, because Soul Calibur always has had a weird multiverse thing going on. But they also have characters like a Lizardman, and there's Voldo, who's also weird.
Voldo's just weird. He has no bearing on the story or plot or anything. He is just weird.
Isn't his entire thing like, oh, I'm made to God of Vault, and my master isn't here anymore?
Yes.
So he's like a weird, fucked up BDSM relationship with a guy who collected stuff and once owned either Soul Edge or a piece of Soul Edge. Because that's the thing, like there's some time skipping and stuff and generations in Soul Calibur. Yeah. Basically, there were once, I'll explain it very briefly. Once there was one sword. I don't actually remember if it had a name or if it was just the Soul Calibur. But there was once one sword that was like supposed to reflect your heart. A super ancient guy made it. But I think it was his son who picked it up, and his son had evil in his heart. So the sword became evil, so the important old guy from before history sucked all the good out of it. And that became the basis for Soul Calibur, and all the bad juju stayed in the Soul Edge. At one point, Soul Calibur and Soul Edge fight. Soul Edge is shattered into a bajillion pieces, which fly all over the world, like the shards of the Shikon Jewel from fucking Inuyasha. They're basically radioactive, so lots of people's backstory in Soul Calibur is my mortal enemy / my lover / my family member got either touched or got a piece of Soul Edge embedded in their body, and they went fucking crazy, and then some guy somewhere, not always the same character, but some character tells them, oh yeah, the reason why your life is fucked up, the Soul Edge. And they go, yes, I must obtain all the shards of Soul Edge, or destroy them.
I'll put it this way. You know it's fucked up when probably the two most normal fighting games, lore-wise, are Guilty Gear and Street Fighter.
I love the Soul Calibur has a lot of taglines that they say, but the one I remember the most is just a tale of souls and swords eternally retold, and that's what it is. It just keeps happening. Talking about Taki's just a ninja. There's Talim, who's got the Tonfa blades. She's from a wind village. Like I said, that's what I love about Soul Calibur is like you'll get characters who are like Siegfried is like a former knight and a mercenary who got taken over by Soul Edge and became Nightmare, so he has like a deeply intimate connection to this story. And then you've got extra characters who just exist, like. Literally, I think Tira is just some random circus chick with a ring blade who thinks Soul Edge is cool. Or like, what's her face? I liked her character, Heidi, who's the like spear and short sword chick. She just like, yeah, she was introduced I think at 4. I think she just found Siegfried and nursed him back to health, and that's her thing. That's it. Like it's. Soul Calibur's so fun. Also has a excellent create a character, but the Chronicles of the Sword in 3 was the thing you could use your create a character in, which was just like super cool. Also, Vanquish Soul got an actual extra deck monster. Let me pull that up now as well. To round it out, Vanquish Soul Rocks. It's called. This is another one that I'm not exactly sure what we're going for with Rocks. Like art design wise, like Holly Sue looks like she's one of them puppet tap characters. She'd fit right in a couple different fighting games. Rocks is weird. I've pulled him up on screen now. Let me shrink him down a little and adjust it. So Rocks is like super color bright, but he's also like kind of like chibi-fied. So I'm not sure exactly like what he's doing. Let me see if the wiki has anything.
I think it's an Arxis skin.
Probably.
I'm kind of leaning towards Blaze Blue.
I could see that. So the main thing we can get from the lore
so
is that
over-designed, it's ridiculous. So
there is in Vanquish Soul, there is their Link monster, right, that is Rock of the Vanquisher, which is kind of a field spell without being a field spell. It's like literally a rock. Let me double-check the backstory. I think the way that one works is... there was a god of battle that was defeated by a dragon. His soul was crushed and his body was turned to stone. So, like, that's the Rock of the Vanquisher. Caesar Valius is the dragon that fought the god of battle. You know, so he's like... Caesar Valius is literally like the final boss type character. So I think the idea is that Rox is supposed to be, like, the reborn form of Rock of the Vanquisher. But if this is the god of battle, he's just kind of some kid, you know? So I assume it's like he's, like, regressed or something.
I'm 4,000 years old.
But I'm super short. But this is an Xyz monster.
I'm getting Blaze Blue vibes from this.
This is another Dark
Pyro,
Pyro,
because I don't like the design. Yes, I will throw shade at Blaze, but it's a very mediocre game. I'm very picky with my fighting games. I will throw shade.
That's fair. Like I said, I like the concept of most fighting games, but I don't play them super hardcore. So like you need a little bit of wiggle room. I think honestly, as a kid, I was spoiled by Soul Calibur.
Also, Lapis in the chat. Kratos was in Mortal Kombat, I believe, not Soul Calibur.
No, I don't think Kratos has crossed over into Soul Calibur. If they did like actually do like Soul Calibur 7, and they actually did like console exclusive characters, which I don't think they would do, even though you could
Kratos
actually
was in
do.
Mortal Kombat 9 in the PS3.
I could see like that would be the Sony one, would be current Kratos.
Yes.
Would be
He also
character.
was fun fact. Kratos is the only Mortal Kombat character ever, I believe, to be completely banned through the entire game's life cycle in tournament play. Not because he was overpowered, but because he was exclusive to PS3, so there was no console pay.
That's fair. That's probably another thing that, like, talk about, like, why Soul Calibur doesn't have a lot of hasn't had as much longevity as a franchise is it does have that weird console shit. So, like,
It's also,
if you're like a Link main,
I personally love Soul Calibur. It is probably one of the worst competitive scenes of any fight. Like, I don't think it's even close.
I also like I played Soul Calibur and I like yeah, that's it, right. I was gonna say I like tried to get good at like the advanced moves and stuff, and like I played a few online matches like on the PS3 era, you know, when multiplayer got baked into everything.
Oh, Cervantes was so broken in Soul Calibur 3 because you could just
that's
spam
the thing that, like,
teleport.
Yes, Soul Calibur has like lots of really spammable moves that are like that you need relatively advanced skills to defeat versus how easy it is to do the cheese.
Like, honestly, I kind of put Soul Calibur in the same category as Super Smash Brothers.
It's not exactly the same.
I think it's slightly better only because I don't think Soul Caliburs pretend their game is balanced.
Smash is
I'm much more fine with them.
I want to say I don't think Smash itself thinks it's balanced. Smash is a mascot fighter.
Oh, Smash players think it's balanced. Like,
yes, no,
they try and be taken serious as a. So the game creator does not, but the people in there, and then I'm just like but every
Smash
attack has variable damage numbers. It's not balanced.
Smash is a mascot fighter that's like it's supposed to be fun. It's literally you mash your toys together, right? It's like a lot of DBZ fighters, right? Like a lot of DBZ fighters are not balanced because they're just smashing your action fighters.
Yeah, the old ones are. Technically, the newest DBZ fighter is actually a very well done game, but that's. Yeah,
what are we thinking of? Are we thinking of Fighter Z or Sparking Zero?
The Fighter Z.
Yeah, that I think Arxis made a real fighting game.
The 2D tag fighter one. Yeah, no, that is a real ass fighting game.
Sparking Zero went back to the 3D arena fighter type stuff, which is still looks sick as hell.
Budokai Tenkaichi was my shit. That shit is not balanced.
Well, that is, if you didn't know, Dallas, because I know you occasionally hide under rocks. Sparking Zero, the latest 3D game, was originally like Budokai Tenkaichi 4, I think.
4?
Yeah, but they
makes
retitled it
sense.
to Sparking Zero. So, like, and that's, again, it's a very solid, like, anime fighter. I played a lot of anime fighters. Actually, that reminds me, I still need to pick up Bleach Lost Souls, I think was the latest one sometime. I played a lot of Bleach arena fighting games back in the day. I played the fucking Wii one, where you had to swing the Wiimote.
Bleach has, in my opinion, I know we already talked about Bleach, but this is you brought a core memory to me back. Bleach has, bar none, the weirdest collection of video game tie-ins of any mainline anime.
Yeah, like Naruto Naruto's been very locked in.
RPG
yes,
for the
there
DS
was.
For Bleach.
I think I own that one somewhere.
I own it too.
Like, yeah, that's the thing. Because, like, here's the thing.
There was
Bleach.
some weird game.
You want to talk about power scaling in anime, right? We're doing everything to avoid talking about this guy because I really don't care about this card art at all. It's fair. It's fine. Bleach. There's always this discussion about anime power scaling, right? Bleach is one of the weirdest power scaled settings, I think, because like for like Soul Reapers, right? Everybody has exactly 2 powers.
Well,
because you have allegedly because you have Shikai Bankai.
No, there's 3. There's Kido. Everyone forgets about Kido.
No, I was gonna say that technically Soul Reapers also have access to a magic system, which is completely separate from Zanpakuto because they can also cast spells. But the story is inconsistent about how easy it is to learn and do Kido chants and stuff. Like, Rukia is supposed to be a genius, but Renji is a fucking dumbass.
Your Zanpakuto is your subconscious as well?
Yes, your Zanpakuto is part... it's literally... I mean, there is the old Japanese trope of, like, a samurai's sword is in his... or soul is in his sword type shit. The Zanpakuto is basically just the extension of that. But also, Zanpakuto powers are not balanced. You've got, like... you've got, like, Captain Gin,
sometimes
right?
They don't even make sense.
You've got Captain Gin, right? Who his Zanpakuto is, my sword extends like a fucking 100 meters. And then you've got Renji, who is, my sword also extends, but different. Not that far, but it's stretchy.
As a chain. And then you have Bankai's, which just... Could you explain, oh god, what's his fucking name? Captain Kyoroku's Bankai?
We played children's... Have you ever played a children's game with your life on the line?
It's like,
that is
his
thing.
Tic-tac-toe, but you die.
For keeps. I'm going to send you to the Shadow Realm. And then you've got characters, right? Like, you've got Soifon, who her Shikai is, I have a little stab needle. If I stab you twice in the same place, you fucking die. What's your Bankai? I have a cruise missile. I don't like to use my Bankai because it's big and dumb. Great, thanks.
And here's my favorite thing about the power system. Because it's very much done on purpose, in my opinion, because the characters have powers based on their personality, not power level. Like, all of the Shikai and Bankai are based on the character's personality. Like, for Soifon, for example, because you just used it. The Shikai and Bankai are... Her Shikai is the ninja blade because she wants to be all stealthy and, like, cool, but she's a giant fucking dork, so her Bankai
is a huge nerd. I love her for that. Genuinely, talking about like sympathetic characters, I think that Kubo talking about that thing with Aizen, which to circle Lawton on this, I mentioned that in a recent interview. Tite Kubo said that like somebody asked him about like if Aizen had a sympathetic backstory, and Tite Kubo basically said, no. Other writers will give their villains sympathetic backstories so you like empathize with them and understand them. I'm not doing that shit. That's dumb. Aizen is a bad guy. End story. So like when he goes into character backstories to explain why they are that way, it's very intentional. So like after the whole backstory switch, I actually really like Soifon as a character because like she is just like super bitter because her fucking big sister / gay crush character ditched her to go live with Kisuke Unohana, who sucks.
Who is the worst.
No. I think Captain Baldy is actually the worst.
No,
Kisuke's a bad
guy. Well, no, I think Kisuke is a good person, technically. But he's also the biggest asshole. Yamamoto, I just think he's not a good person.
Yamamoto is grandpa war crimes. Kisuke is like... Kisuke has problems with ethical use of science. Like, he's a good person. He regrets his
like,
actions, but he also is responsible for a lot of dumb shit.
He's the best way to describe Tetsuya Hara is, you're right, but you're such a dick about it.
Yes. Like, but, like, so, if I was Soifon and I lost my shot at Yoriichi because she ran away with that guy, I would also be mad. But like, she's super bitter about it, but also there's that great moment where after Yoriichi shows up and is like, yo, girl, it's still like 100 years too early for you to beat me. And she just, like, breaks down in tears, and you're like, okay, no, Soifon's great, because, like, she's just really mad and bitter about everything, because Soul Society kind of sucks ass.
Well, yeah, no, I love Bleach because most of the characters have completely rational motivations. Even
like Byakuya is set up to be such an obstacle, and it's like his goals are so stupid, but also, like, you realize it when everything's said and done. Byakuya is struggling internally the whole time because, like, he's dealing with a major crisis of, like, I swore that I would look after Rukia, but also I swore I would never break a fucking rule again. What the fuck do I do, man? What do I do?
He technically committed, like, which it's a stupid rule, but it's like you learn later there is a good reason for that.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just a rule for no reason.
Yes. Also, I mean, Rukia was sandbagged by Aizen because the Hogyoku was sealed inside her. But, like,
he did mind control obviously we learned, which thankfully they.
What makes you think you've been fighting me?
One of my favorite anime
Aizen's great. I love that he's
one of my favorite anime moments of all time is the moment where at the end of the Soul Society arc, where they have the setup for the big fight scene, and he's like Ichigo is charging in. And then
number one is
Aizen
blaring.
Just walks up and every music and sound effect stops. And Ichigo goes, tap. And
not just stops, but, like, Ichigo goes for the big swing, number one is playing. He stops his blade with one finger, which also stops the song. Like,
yes, it's so good.
Nah. Speaking of personality types, that's another thing about Bleach that I really like is like for so long Bankai is played up as, like, the ultimate big showy power level, and then Ichigo shows up and does it, and he's just got a cool coat and a normal sized sword, and then Byakuya's like, that's not a Bankai. What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Yeah.
And then
it's
he,
not
like,
a Bankai.
but it looks cool, right? Like, he shows that he's got power because he goes like super fast. But also, no, it's not a Bankai because, like, TJ Kubo is a longman player because he's been fucking.
Oh, he is the longest game person.
Yeah.
The reveal on what Ichigo's Zanpakuto, or whose Ichigo's Zanpakuto is one of the best reveals in anime. Because it is one of the few reveals that makes 100% perfect sense in hindsight. Like, there's no, like, but wait, what is this? No, it's 100%. Like, no, that makes perfect sense.
I mean, no, yeah. The moment they show, you watch, and then you're like, wait a minute, doesn't that look like old man Zangetsu?
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, he looks very familiar.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Also, the secret reveal that, like, oh yeah, no, the reason why Ichigo has super high spiritual powers, not just because his dad is a Soul Reaper captain. His mom was a Quincy, by the way.
Well, no, also, it's like, if you look back at it, at no point does Old Man Zangetsu ever hold a sword, and every other Zanpakuto spirit in a human form has a sword.
Yeah.
Except
the
for one
reveal
other,
that,
but
that, like,
she doesn't count because she literally manifested as a real person and got a job.
But yeah, like,
get a job.
And it's so, because that's the thing that, like, when he's having his first soul fight, I think, or is it the second one? But one of his, Mindscape battles where right, no, it's he's trying to get the mask. When he fights White Ichigo, and he says, I Oriwa Zangetsu, I'm Zangetsu. It's like, no, he wasn't lying.
He just told you. That is, to me, that is the biggest argument against the Bleach was supposed to end after they beat Aizen.
No, I don't think Bleach was supposed to end after they beat Aizen. I think that was a good point, but I also think Kubo meant to do a time skip. And, like, here's the thing. The early Fullbringer arc was a little weird because it was kind of rehashing, but the late shit in the Fullbringer arc is
I love the Fullbringer
so
arc.
devastating.
Fullbringer is the arc that because here's the thing, I have this chronic problem in manga, anime, everything, where for some reason I get unnaturally attached to random side characters as opposed to the main character. Even thinking comic books. Like, my least favorite character in Batman is Batman. Like, I love all the side characters in Batman, like fucking Orphan or Batgirl. Is she Batgirl now or Orphan again? I can't remember. She's had like 5 names. Or Black Bat, nah. But
I think
regardless,
we're going back to
I'm always a side character guy. So, no, she's Black Bat now because Stephanie is Batgirl, I think.
Fair enough. This is the funny thing about, I don't know how because they don't have like a union, but I do appreciate that the people in the DC universe figured this shit out, that like you can't share names, man. We got it for copyright. We got to split.
Well, no, they have the best thing is they have been a team book for a long time, so it's been Batgirl for a long time. But which of them is Batgirl has changed like 4 times.
That's great. I love that. But yeah, no. So side characters in Bleach though.
But yeah, Chad is my favorite character in Bleach. Of
God,
the
he's
heroes.
so good. Shadow.
Sado Yestora.
No, like honestly, I think Bleach did a pretty good job with their side
arc
characters.
was so good.
Like
with one arc exception, but it was literally because Kubo was being forced to rush it out.
Yeah. No, they get sidelined in the Aranka arc because that was like literally. There was like a 3-episode fill arc in the anime that was really good. The like, what was it called, Forest of Menos, with like a lost Soul Reaper in the in Hekomundo and stuff. That was supposed to be that was a manga draft, but his editor told him, no, you got to get to the Espada faster, buddy. So he cut it. Like Bleach has that problem
Kubo's
where like
editor is maybe one of the biggest villains in the story of Bleach.
Yeah, because Kubo has good ideas, but his editors try and are like, no, we gotta get to the more marketable
shit. Single
shit.
mangaka who has been more fun. Well, no, there probably are many that you don't hear about, but as far as
I
big
think
manga
oh god, what was that manga that got canceled early? Is it Red Hood? There is a manga recently that was in Shonen Jump that literally like the second to last or the final chapter is just straight up like, hey, this manga you're reading is being canceled by the editor who sucks and I hate him. Fuck you. I'm gonna go draw
That's
big titty
amazing.
muscle women. like the whole ending arc turns into a meta commentary that basically is like straight up like, oh, sorry, we're being canceled. You didn't buy enough volumes, buddy.
Yeah.
We're going now. We're out.
But that has happened multiple times in the comic book industry.
I've seen that happen a few times out of comic books, like fucking, what was it recently? Fucking a Nick Jr. show called Tiny Chef, where like they had a whole announcement thing where they got canceled, and the main character's just crying on camera.
Yeah, they did like an animated skit to respond to the cancel, and everybody was like, no, the show is not canceled. Fuck you. That's another thing, yeah. I think, like, because Futurama has been, like, canceled and uncanceled so many times, and Family Guy was, like, canceled and uncanceled at some point, like, comedy cartoons have done that gag, too. But, yeah, no, Bleach is really strong with the side characters, and the Fullbringer arc was a really good way to, like, bring everybody back and also to finally explain what the fuck is supposed to be going on with Chad and Orihime's powers.
I really hope... I know Kubo hates the manga industry now. I really hope the success of 1,000 Year Blood Work lets him do his final arc as like something.
I think they're gonna expand it out.
Arc, right?
I think I have heard that. Yeah, he had plans. Yeah, that was supposed to like there were some movies that set that up and stuff. And he did do a like sequel chapter to set it up. That might get animated. I wonder if he's gonna do something further with Burn the Witch, because that was like a manga short he did, and it became an OVA short that, like, at the end, they're like, oh, Soul Society East. Like, it's supposed to be an in-universe tie-in that's also, like, really interesting, because it's about, instead of hollows, it's, like, dragons and witches and stuff.
I feel like more than most of the shonen mangaka, for some reason, Kubo just never got the pull that the rest of them did. So he just has some...
It's just the thing of, I think he got stuck with some strict editors who, like, were very, like, by the numbers. And I think the thing is that Here's what I'll say about Kisashi Kishimoto. He's a pretty decent artist. He can do characters well, so long as they have a penis. We all know it. He's bad at writing female characters.
No, he can do female characters well as long as they don't show up for long term. He's done some great female side characters.
That's true. But he doesn't know how to handle heroines, let's say.
No. Well, to be fair, I don't think any of the main three are very good at that. Like, not to be too mean to Kubo, but like, I don't
Bleach kind of went back and forth. Like, I don't think that Orihime's problems have anything to do with her gender. I think Orihime's problem has to do with her power scaling. Kubo accidentally made her too good.
Yeah, he made her too broken. he
like Rukia, I think gets like a decent like. Rukia gets like decent ebb and flow of like. Yeah. Rukia has a decent like ebb and flow of character where like she starts competent, she gets damseled basically twice, but she fights back.
I think Kubo is probably definitely the best of the big three at writing women. Or at least I should say this once again: heroines. Man, Oda is really good at writing villainesses. Holy shit!
Which that is an art to write female antagonists.
The best villain in One Piece is, in my opinion, a woman. Big Mom is terrifying.
But yeah, no.
Her ability is essentially reality manipulation, and if she wasn't fucking stupid, she'd be the most broken character of all time.
And like, I think I do also want to say, I think post time skip Sakura suffers from the classic Worf effect a little, where like Kubo just gave her Tsunade's super strength too early, so it was like, well, shit. Now by the logic of the show, Sakura's not allowed to punch anybody because they'll die. But like, we try to at least give her a power set, but like, Hinata's fairly mismanaged most of the show. Mm-hmm. Ino's pretty fucking useless.
To be fair, I don't blame Ino's uselessness. I don't blame Ino's uselessness on her gender. I blame it on Kishimoto is the worst of the big three at side characters by a large margin.
It's true. We talked about this. He
will make a character and then put them on a shelf and they go away.
He'll take a character for a test drive, and if he doesn't like them, he'll shelve them. Like, there's a moment speaking of the tuning exams earlier, there's a moment in, like, the second phase of the tuning exams, I think, but maybe the first. But there's a moment where Kishimoto goes, hey, this Shikamaru guy's pretty cool. And then Shikamaru becomes, like a fourth wheel main character, basically.
Second phase, I think. Oh, no, third phase. I don't remember.
It's in one of the tournament arcs. He locks in and decides, Shikamaru guy's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fair. And I think that, like, Ino gets a decent amount of coverage as part of, like, because, like, as a personality type, Ino Shikacho's, like, a good vibe. But, like, there's also a lot of dumb shit. Like, I know they're kids, but Sakura and Ino's, like, rivalry is, like, the stupidest in the universe. Luckily, they do get over it, like, instantly. But, like, we're 8. We think this boy is cute. We're going to fight.
I don't think it's the stupidest in the universe. Oh my god. I've read a lot of really dumb manga and anime.
That's fair. But in terms of conflicts in Naruto, it's so much like...
Oh, it's very dumb.
Your guys' tension is so stupid compared to, like... Yeah, Sasuke's an annoying little emo get, but guess what? His whole fucking clan is dead by his big brother. Of course he's fucked up.
Yeah,
Naruto's a fucking demon orphan. Of course he's fucked up. Sakura, you have a healthy relationship with your family. Your parents are real working class people. What the fuck is your deal? Ino, your parents are also real working class people, except for your dad, who's a ninja. You've got a family thing going on. What's your problem?
What are you talking about? Sakura has that whole inner side of her that completely just disappeared after a second.
Like, I honestly wish it had just been like, no, she's just schizophrenic.
It's a good. That's a good concept that I wish that Kishimoto had done more with. Like I said, like Naruto has its strengths and its weaknesses. But yeah, Bleach's power stuff is definitely like.
In the early
this is such a tangent. Holy shit!
It's fine. We got 2 cards left. It's fine. I don't care. We'll talk about anime. I don't get to talk about anime enough.
They just made that shit in the early Naruto fighting game where they made her inner like voice just her attacks.
Yeah. I remember the old school like Ultimate Ninja like 1 and 2. Yeah. Like back on the PS2. Like Sakura's ultimate was just inner Sakura comes out and like beats somebody up. It might be a genjutsu they think is real, but mostly it's just, like there.
It's a stand.
Honestly, old school, like playing the old PS2 Ultimate Ninjas is so funny because the ultimates are I think Naruto's ultimate move in the first Ultimate Ninja, which is pre-Tsunade arc, so pre-Rasengan, might be Uzumaki Rendan, or it might just be summon a billion dudes.
I thought it was just summon giant toad on you.
That's true. It might be just to the Toad Crush.
Just
also,
yeah. Good?
Yeah.
No. Speak.
Oh, no, sorry. It's been 40 minutes, but I was going to try to say the phone call I had was very quick because they're busy. So I'm waiting for them to call me back.
Ah, the classic.
Oh, fair enough.
Also, hey, Omega, we're getting another crossover with Monster Hunter again.
Yeah, I know. I was up for for Gamescom. Yeah, I was thinking Ray Dow, but no, they're going with the iconic. It's gonna be Arkfeld.
I wanted
and we're getting
because I wanted to kill
and we're getting Omega in
in
Wilds.
I'll have to work on my gear in Wilds to do that. Everybody ready for Larboard Starboard Mark II? Dallas, you're not to Stormblood, so you don't get that yet. You can catch up. We can take you through the Omega raids.
I'm
You can be
almost
Larboard and
to
Starboard.
Heaven's Ward. I'm literally dealing with whatever the hell. What's his name? Midgard Stormer is doing.
Yeah, Grandpa Snake.
Grandpa.
The fucking Ish Guardians are like, so we want to help you, but we really, really, really need you to check out this dead dragon to make sure it's dead. Like,
It would be super terrible for us if Nidhogg's dad decided to kill us. Thank you.
1,000-year-long generational blood war.
Anyway,
Maybe
Vanquish
we
Soul
need to
Rocks
help
is
us with
another, by the way, I think I said this before, but to remind everybody, it's another Dark Pyro. It requires two or more level 4 Vanquish Soul monsters. Once per turn, if a Vanquish Soul monster battled this turn, you can also Xyz summon rocks by using one Vanquish Soul monster or one Rock of the Vanquisher you control. Transfer its materials to this card, which is really super weird. So I guess you can put rocks on rocks. It gains effects based on the attached materials. If it's got a dark, your opponent's monsters is 8. If it's got a fire, your Vanquish Soul monsters gain 1k. If it's got an earth, you can detach a material to destroy a card your opponent controls non-targeting. So, like, rocks kind of, like, has the vibe of, like, all the other guys. It's a way mainly, I think, to get Rock of the Vanquisher out of your EMZ.
Like, rocks is cool, but it's very obvious that the main card that Vanquish Soul got out of this is Holy Sea.
Yes, and I think the field spell,
That
which we'll
card's
grab next as well.
Well, yeah, we'll get to that. But
I'll pull it up right now. Like, giving them a real extra deck monster in rocks that can overlay the 4s, which you have a lot of, or can get rocks out of or Rock of the Vanquisher out of your EMZ is, like, fine.
I will say
got
it's
effects
probably
that
my
are
least
good.
favorite. It's probably my least favorite art we've seen today.
Yeah, I'm not.
but
I
that's
get
just 'cause
that it's
don't
like a
that,
theme,
like-
but I don't
It's like a pseudo. It's like a pseudo chibi weird. Like, I've seen this art style in the wild before, and I always hate it.
I also want to say I think it's a weird art style to go for because it doesn't, like, Rox is supposed to be the god of battle reborn. Is it supposed to be like a gag? Is that his thing? He's a joke character? Anyway, I've pulled up Vanquish Soul Start. Sorry, Vanquish Soul Start! You have to say it like you're a fighting game announcer.
Okay.
Which is clearly like,
Dear
this
Konami,
is the menu.
I beg of you, if you get another spell trap for Vanquish Soul, please, Vanquish Soul, finish him.
Finish him or
Please.
finish
him.
I mean, they might have to call it Finisher because I don't know if they want to do Finish Him, but that would be cool, yes.
And finish him is not trademarked. You cannot trademark
Okay.
that.
That's fair.
That
yeah,
because
we've got
a nightmare to try.
We've got other Vanquish Souls cards such as Vanquish Soul Continue.
The only thing they couldn't do is they couldn't put it in the red text font because they probably do have that trademark.
And they wouldn't, of course, because it would just be the card title. You've also got Stake Your Soul, stuff like that. But yeah, this is Vanquish Soul Start. This is clearly like the like a menu screen you're watching.
This is specifically Street Fighter, the world map.
Yeah.
It even has all the different fights marked out where you fight them.
And it's also got kind of a red string collage because you see the different fighters. Like you've got Raisin down there, you've got Caesar Valius up the top, Pentetta, Dr. Madlove.
This is 100 P Street Fighter reference.
I mean, speaking of it, Soul Calibur Chronicle of the Sword also had a menu that looks like this. But yes, Street Fighter is very well known for their world map type.
Street Fighter 2 that started that, which is an old game.
Yes. Street Fighter 2, an old game but a good game, because I don't think anybody actually liked Street Fighter 1.
Street Fighter 1 is one of those classic games that's like, it's really nice that it happened. Don't play it. It's kind of like Mortal Kombat 1. I know, honestly, I don't know if this is a hot take, because they're both like old-ass games. Mortal Kombat 1 is miles better than Street Fighter 1. Like, Mortal Kombat 1 is playable.
I think you're correct, Dallas.
Mortal Kombat, because we have Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah, no, sorry, yes. Yes. Yeah.
Mortal Kombat
the first.
The original. Because I played the first Mortal Kombat. Like, I think I had a friend who had the SNES cart. Like, I don't think I've ever actually played Street Fighter 1.
3 is the quintessential classic Mortal Kombat. Like, if I were to think of an equivalent to Street Fighter 2, it's Mortal Kombat 3. Because to me, that is the classic one.
Yeah, 2, I know for sure Street Fighter 2 is the one that they released like 5 million times because it was really good.
I personally love 3 more than 2, but that's because I feel like that's the fighting game nerd choice game for Street Fighter, if that makes any sense. Like, it's the one that casual market really didn't like, but like fighting game nerds love is Third Strike.
That's fair. That happens a lot, and you got to think about these things. Like I know there was a lot of jawing over the weekend about the Battlefield 6 beta because somebody was clip farming and people accused them of cheating with a healthy dose of transphobia in there. But I think they're just clip farming because they're not aimbotting because you can see that there are like errors and overcorrection in it. They're just doing trick shots for clout. But Battlefield
not a hard game.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm about to say. Battlefield is more serious than I would say a Call of Duty, but it is not like a Counter-Strike level shooter.
That's what the only. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I could have sworn people were like pointing out that they were like pointing out evidence of them aimbotting because they were like aiming at people behind rocks and walls.
Yeah, it's called pre-firing. No, they like you can see in the footage about that person that like I've seen it. They like overcorrect. They'll like go past and then cycle back. Like there is a very specific subset of try. I'll say it because it's a little try hard. There are apps and sequences though called game trainers where you practice doing that shit with a mouse, which this person was like super highly rated on those apps. Like, so they're just practicing a specific style of aiming that looks good in clips.
They're an FPS nerd, not a... Because, like, I'm bad at FPS, so I don't know the mechanics of this. But I see shit like I watch professional Counter-Strike games, because those things are nuts. And people do shit like aim at people behind rocks all the time. Or behind walls and shit.
I mean, honestly, I believe in a casual setting, pre-firing is considered kind of a dick move if you're like... Oh, I know that guy's behind it because he's like on the mini map, or I can hear him.
There's a Counter-Strike clip. I don't know if it's still popular. Of one dude shooting 5 people coming out from behind 2 different walls to win a round for his team, and just one-shotting them all in the head with a pistol.
No, That's very, very disrespectful. But no, like Battlefield, like I said, it's.
Well, it was a pro game. So
I would say Battlefield is less casual than, like I said, like a COD, because it is a combined arms game. There are many memes over the beta about like
Sweat Lord thing, right?
No. It's still like you're still doing like 64 v 64 type shit.
Sorry, Mark just posted something that I went, what the hell?
Yes, we're getting a new card. What's his face? Treasure Panther, I think he's called.
This is just a persona. Hold on.
It will work with probably going to be related to Flip Monsters.
This
cool.
looks like the cover to a bad, not bad. Sorry, this looks like the cover to a fucking furry NSFW comic.
No, 100%.
He's gonna get fucking railed.
Like, no, he has an open like vest shoe.
And to round this out so we can be freed from this prison, Vanquish Soul's start is a field spell. We finally gave them the field spell, which is probably stage select. Target a Vanquish Soul you control, add a Vanquish Soul with a different attribute from your deck to your hand. If a Vanquish Soul you control will be destroyed by battle or card effect, reveal a Vanquish Soul in your hand instead. During your end phase, you control 2 or more Vanquish Souls, set a Vanquish Soul trap from your deck. You can only use each effect once per turn. This is kind of a field spell that does everything, and it's very funny they didn't have a field spell because, you know, fighting game stages can be kind of important, but Rock was kind of like supposed to do that already. Your Link monster did your field spell type effects. But this lets you search any Vanquish Soul, which was a problem the deck had, was like ratios in searching specific monsters with attributes, so it lets you attribute fix.
These cards seem to have fixed the deck.
And honestly, because these came out in Duelist Alliance, and I said before, Duelist Alliance came out in the TCG before Justice Hunters. It was the other way around in the OCG. But there were Vanquish Soul tops like the weekend after Duelist Alliance came out, pre K9. So like these cards are very strong for the deck.
Like from what I'm seeing, it doesn't seem like I mean, it's not even the strongest deck, so it's obviously not.
But it went from like rogue non-contention to like tiered.
I wonder how it will be in Master Duel, because Vanquish Soul has been very popular, more popular in Master Duel than in
and I can explain that. Vanquish Soul was cracked in Master Duel because, one, Master Duel, unlike the TCG, has Max C, so you have a good Earth target. But also, when Vanquish Soul got dropped in Master Duel, it got dropped with Jiaolong and what is his trap card called? Not Dust Devil, but Blizzard something. Basically, it got the 2 bits of legacy support early, so like the deck was a lot more efficient, and because it's best of 1, it's a lot easier to like style on your opponent. They can't get counterplay. I expect that adding like Holly Sue, Rocks, and the field spell will probably make the deck good in Master Duel again. And knowing Master Duel, they're going to release a selection pack that's going to have those 3 cards as ultras, and then they're also going to pack K9 in there.
Yeah.
To suck up more extra ultra slots.
Draco Tail is definitely going to be the common in our archetype.
Well, here's 100%. The thing, Dallas, because it's Master Duel. I don't think so, because I think they're going to space it out 1 a month. They'll do a month with Yummy, they'll do a month with K9, and they'll do a month with Draco Tail. So that means that they can make all the good Draco Tail cards URs.
I don't understand how Master Duel somehow became like way more predatory than MTG Arena.
It's because it is, but it isn't. Because like technically, I still haven't spent a cent on Master Duel. I'm still purely free to play, and like I said, I have almost full power Ryzeal. The problem is that you have to suffer Master Duel to be FTP. Like, you have to play Master Duel a lot, which can be annoying.
But I think Arena is the same thing. But the thing about Arena, what they do is it's just the same rates and same packs as the normal product.
The Master Duel.
It's 1-to-1.
Master Duel does a unique rare. I mean, technically, Master Duel is better because there are only 4 rarities, and like people have actually double checked this. The odds of getting a specific, normal rarity is less than getting a specific rare in pack because of the way the packs are balanced. Because you are guaranteed, a minimum SR at the end per pull kind of a thing. It's just that, like, honestly, it's weird because, like, it means that, like, pre-Master Duel decks, like decks that came out before Master Duel, they've tried to, like, evenly distribute the rarities, so there are not lots of decks that are low rarity. They often, like, have to, like, think of, like, an ice barrier to be ultra rare and shit and stuff like that.
Except for DDD, because there are so many cards.
But that's the other thing, right, is that also cards got their rarity adjusted, so lots of cards that were very high rarity when they came out are low rarity. Like, you two might remember from Progression. Remember doing, Mermails? What's her face?
Yeah.
Like, Abyss Lind was like a fucking ultra. She's a rare in Master Duel because she's
Abyss
good,
Bale.
but, like, she's from, like, 10 years ago.
Well, also, Abyss Balian was an ultra.
Yeah, no, that guy's also probably, like, a rare or a normal because he's not that good. So, like, they got to rebalance some stuff. The problem is ongoing packs is they have to, like, wait to avoid giving you too many low rarity cards. They have to, like, wait the selection packs. Sometimes it's for the better. Mimigul was super cheap. There's, like, 1 or 2 ultras in it, and then the rest are lower rarity because they released it alongside other stuff. But then you've got the current selection pack, which is, like, a shitload of Ryziel supers and ultras, some more Speedroid stuff, and then, like, all God's worst pack filler because they made all the new Fabled and Jurak stuff like ultras and supers, so all the low rarity stuff is just all the dog shit pack filler. Six Sam, Jurak, Fabled, and it's like, it's so bad to pull. Like I said, I've been very lucky. I've gotten a lot of hollows. I've assembled most of the way to my Ryziel deck. Pulling the selection pack is often miserable because the chaff is bad.
I think it's a very free-to-playable game. I just mean the actual monetization comparing in both the games. I think
I guess the question is, I guess I should see. I don't know what the ratio of, like, how many, like, what the, like, dollar to gem ratio is. You know?
Yeah. It
like,
also,
if 100 gems is like $1, that means it's $10 for a 10 pull, which is not great.
$10 for a 10 pull. That's very bad.
For 10 packs. I mean, though, you know, like so that's like actually
okay.
That's like 80 cards because it's 8 per. But that's still not great, right? The core is you either do a 1 pull or you do a 10 pull where you're guaranteed an SR. It's like you know, gotcha pulling. If that's the ratio, if it's literally like 100 gems is $1 or 99 cents.
An SR in a 10 pull?
Yes. You will get at least one SR. If you do not get a UR in Master Duel, your next 10 pel has a guaranteed UR of that pack.
I think this is another problem that is actually not necessarily Master Duel's fault, but Yu-Gi-Oh's inherent rarity's fault. Because Magic only has 4 rarities, and they're guaranteed at least the equivalent of an SR in every pack.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, you said also that's the way Magic and Magic Arena is balanced.
No, Magic Arena for if you play free to play, it is a very playable game. As soon as you try to spend money on, like, actually building decks, it's horrible. But so is Master Duel. But
okay, so so I'm looking at it. Master Duel. Honestly, the monetization is bad because I think the cheapest is a 140 pack. It's 136 gems plus 6 bonus. That's $2.29. So, like,
don't get me wrong. I want to be very clear. I'm not calling Arena's monetization good by any means. I still think it's shit. I just think Master Duel works.
Like, if you want to get enough gems straight up to buy a 10 pack, you need to spend like $20.
Yeah. Like, the only thing I spend money on in MTG Arena is because I'm addicted to traffic. But that's the game mode. Like, not the actual. That's a problem for me in real life Magic as well.
In Master Duel, though, you can just free to play and play events and stuff. If you wanted to zap into a deck, you know, it's.
I think the other thing is the one-to-one thing means that it's easier to build decks in Arena because I think the power level of commons and uncommons is generally stronger in Magic than in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, yeah,
like
it kind of depends. Like, there are some really good cards that are at rare and normal.
I'm just saying, like, it says a lot that the last Magic ban list, I think it was like 5 out of the 7 cards were common or uncommon.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, on the ban list level, like, Master Duel, I think, does their ban list based on rarity, which sucks ass. Like, they never ever ban brand new ultra rares. Almost never. They only limit them one because they have a thing where they give you bonus dust if a card is forbidden. So, like, they don't want to ban Max C because every person would instantly get, like, 60 dust back or something. Which is
I don't think that's why they don't want to ban it. I think they don't want to ban it because they prefer the OCG to the TCG, and the OCG doesn't have a ban.
I mean, it's true. They only moved Max C to 2 the way because the OCG did it. We'll see.
I want on if the OCG bans Max C, they will ban it.
Yeah. I mean, well, they might go to 1 though. Like, because here's the thing. Like, lots of other cards are banned in both, and they're either untouched in Master Duel or only limit 1.
That's true. That's true.
Like, Maxi hasn't gone to 1 because the OCG hasn't put it to 1, so that is fair. But yeah, I think there's a resistance to banning new ultra rares because they don't want to refund you all the extra dust.
I can't lie. There is a conspiracy in Magic that the reason they banned a bunch of commons and not rares, is because they didn't want to refund people on Arena, which I think is dumb, but
it could be.
They don't make any money in Arena. Now, if you want a conspiracy, I kind of believe. I don't think they're going to ban VV, even though it's in a lot of standard decks, because Final Fantasy made them a shit ton of money, and they don't want to piss people off. That's a different thing, though.
Well, and also I've heard, like I said, I have heard some discussion on this. Some people are like, well, Agatha's Cauldron shouldn't be banned because he didn't do anything before VV. But I mean, this is my Yu-Gi-Oh brain talking. You described Agatha's the Cauldron to us. The Cauldron is a landmine. Like, I know it will eventually get rotated out, but it can be a problem for any card that is VVS.
Yes,
banning VV would just stop it for now, but otherwise, Cauldron will lurk until it gets rotated out.
I am Agatha's Soul Cauldron's biggest soldier, genuinely. I have 3 decks that are built around Agatha's Soul Cauldron that I play. The fact that I had 3 decks built around Agatha's Soul Cauldron, none of which involve VV, by the way, shows it's just a problematic card. It's not a...
Yeah. And that's the thing, right, about Yu-Gi-Oh, right, where we talk about Yu-Gi-Oh bans, where it's like, you don't actually hit necessarily the end state card that is most annoying. You hit the card that is going to continue to cause the most future horse shit to happen. Like that's why they took way too long to do it, but they eventually banned Hulk, because Hulk is the problem, because all future tuners being filtered through Hulk and Fibrax was problematic.
I don't think Agatha's Soul Cauldron is on the same level as Hulk and Fibrax.
Hulk and Fibrax and Verite and other Link 2s like that are just so annoying.
Because activated abilities inherently are not as good as other things. Like, if it said triggered ability, well, the card never would have been printed, because that just would have broken the game. Or if it was any other kind of ability. But the fact that it's activated abilities only, which is a kind of restrictive thing, and mostly just leads to you making a shit ton of mana and not having a lot to do with it. Trust me, I know, I've done it. I'm like, I have 5 billion mana. What do you do with it? I have 5 billion mana.
And that, but to reverse that, to talk about it, talking about hitting, in the OCG, they do have a lot of different rarities, but it's mostly cosmetic. Most cards are printed in multiple rarities at multiple different holographic levels. Which
is, in my opinion, the best way to do things, because
that's much cooler. And also, some of the TCG's most successful product ever, like their rarity collections, also did that. People love that shit. I think they should actually do that for the core sets.
People were complaining about the Final Fantasy prices, and I'm like, I just don't get it. So yeah, fucking full art, what is it? Full art, what the hell is the treatment called? Some kind of foiling. Ishtola is like $500. I get the normal one for $4.50.
Yeah, that's how that works. That's the like buying Starlights and Ghost Rares in Yu-Gi-Oh. But so
Surge foil, that's what it was.
Technically, the way that like the rarities work and reprints work, I don't think the rarity of a card is ever considered when it comes to the ban list, because like commons, rare, etc., which being rare might not even rare, because rare is technically a treatment. It just means it's got silver text. Like it really depends on the card, right? So I don't think like pen and paper, like cardboard Yu-Gi-Oh! Cares about that. Master Duel may care about it because they also have a dust refunding. They have a crafting scheme with a dust refund if you break down banned cards.
But I don't think Konami would take Master Duel into account for their own bans. Right?
I mean, Master Duel takes Master Duel into account, is I think the thing.
No, but like I don't think Konami would be like, well, we can't ban this card in the TCG. I hope not, at least.
No, literally not, because like there are cards that are banned in the OCG and TCG that are not banned in Master Duel yet, which I would hope. You can... Chat, hey, did you know, to go back to Yu-Gi-Oh! A little, you can play Sprite Elf in Master Duel still?
Yeah.
You can play Verte on account in Master Duel?
Okay, to me, that's not the most egregious one. The most egregious one is Starving Venom, fucking bullshit.
Oh, yeah, Starving Venomy Dragon, the dark one, the pendulum one.
Yeah, no, it's not a pendulum card, it's a fusion card.
No, it's the one you make with two dark pendulums. Is that...
Yeah.
No, not Dark Worm. Supreme Ruler Starving Venom?
Yeah, Supreme Ruler Starving Venom, which can infinite combo with a ham sandwich.
Supreme King Starving Venom Dragon?
Yes, thank you. Supreme King Starving Venom. Yeah, the Supreme King one.
Yeah,
no, that guy's legal in Master Duel as well. I think he was briefly banned, but they unbanned him. It's because, guess what? It is an FTK. It's really annoying.
Okay. No.
Oh, no, he was legal at start? Okay.
They put him to 2.
Yeah, that's gonna really help.
The problem is, that guy doesn't do that. Like, that guy is an FTK machine. He doesn't do anything. Like the decks that can make him and do the FTK is so inconsistent compared to other like FTK strats. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't.
Also, I think Master Duel is more okay with FTKs than.
Well, yeah, I think it is also that way, yes, because, like, Master Duel, it's just, like, you're just playing online, so, like, oh, you get FTK'd, just go next. Like, they don't want FTKs to be consistent enough that it's the dominant strategy. That's why they did eventually kill the DD Dynamite, like, bot deck. They just put DD Dynamite to 2. Yeah, they did eventually hit Bish Vulcan.
Which I'm so
that's
sad
because
about.
Bish Vulcan was being used not just for FTK combos, but also was being used for YouTube clip farming. People would make very funny Bish Vulcan FTKs and post about it all the time. And I do think Konami pays a little attention to social media.
Why would that get banned, though? Because that's funny.
Because the guy in the clip is very upset and says he's going to stop playing Master Duel. Is what happens, and that's what Konami doesn't want. Konami doesn't want you to go, God, that's bullshit, I'm going to stop playing Master Duel. They want you to play Master Duel forever.
Maybe it's just the kind of person, it's definitely the kind of person. That would incentivize me to play Master, because that shit's funny. I don't know. I'm much less sad about Bish Vulcan FTKs than someone flipping up a fucking skill brain.
No, and I will say, thankfully, like, it does still happen, but it's still fairly inconsistent. And they do work on stun tools. I think they finally put Pachycephalosaur, Dinosaur Pachycephalosaur to, like, 2 or 1, because it was part of just, like, very, very common net-decked stun decks.
I'm just on the team of all of the fucking trap card floodgates that need like 5 pages of a rules document to explain need to go.
I think it should. have done a little. I think Master Duel should be much more aggressive with their ban list to cultivate for best of one. I think that they should remove more Saki one-ofs and more like Floodgate Nombo cards because you are only playing best of one.
I had this problem with Magic as well. Thankfully, they fixed it in like 2018 or something. If a card doesn't do what it says it does on the card should not exist. That's my biggest problem with all those cards, is they don't actually do what they say on the card. They do like 15 other things.
Yeah, they have a ruling problem.
Yeah.
And Necro Valley's had part of that, but they've like tried to errata Necro Valley until it works like it says it works.
I don't know the way to put it. Like, Necro Valley at least makes some sort of sense. Like, the problem with like Skill Drain and all those cards is they say one line of text, like negate the effect of face-up monsters while they are face-up on the field, but their effects can still be activated. But it's not what Skill Drain does. Or it's not only what Skill Drain does. I think Skill Drain is probably the best of them because it's the closest to what it does. So
yeah, I think the main thing with Skill Drain is just that like the idea of a continuous negation effect is just weird in Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes. Like what counts as a monster's effect?
Frozen Matched, Rivalry, Tikfu are all the worst.
Yes, and everybody hates their rulings because they're future seer cards. Like Gozen and Tikfu can know you would control two monsters, and so they just don't let you do it. They should just change the grammar so they don't say that, because it's like neither player can.
Anti-spell fragrance is also awful. Like any of the ones that you need like a rulings knowledge to figure it out.
I mean, I don't think. Here's the thing: anti-spell fragrance is annoying and probably should be banned. I don't think anti-spell fragrance actually has like a ruling thing. It just says your opponent, must set. Yeah, exactly. That's not a rulings thing. That's just straight up. You can't play pendulums. That's not like a rulings thing. It's just pendulums cannot be set.
There is a. Oh no! Right. Sorry, I wasn't thinking of anti-spell. I was thinking of Imperial Order with pendulums. It was the ruling nightmare.
Yes, that's the one that like.
But that's already banned, so good.
Yeah, I negating pendulums is weird. Anti-spell just says your both players must set.
My bad.
Set spell cards before playing them. I mean, you shouldn't be. Anti-spell also breaks the game in a lot of ways because, like, fundamentally the game rules just don't. You cannot set pendulums before playing them, so you can't activate them. But they're still spell cards, so they should just say anti-spell doesn't do that to pendulum cards. If you're gonna do blanket rulings, you should just do that. You should just say, hey, a pendulum only counts as a spell card once it's in the pendulum zone face up, which means you can place it under anti-spell. Because otherwise, when you flip anti-spell, you literally cannot activate pendulum cards because
there are just a
of
couple
dumb
of
ruling
cards
shit.
I just hate. Like,
The rivalry goes in Tikfu trifecta is annoying.
It's a problem I
Summer
had in
Limit
Magic
is also annoying, but that's for different reasons.
Magic had this problem where there were a bunch of cards because they had been reprinted so much. They had inconsistent erratas. So there was just like cards that didn't do what they said they did anymore. It's just such an annoying thing.
Yeah.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! To me has that with these. Like, because there are other cards that do that, but most of the other cards that do that suck. So no one plays them. Like there are rulings nightmares cards that are legal that no one plays. Like, I'm pretty sure pole position is legal, right?
Yes, I think pole position is legal again because I think in the TCG they made a specific ruling, which is basically if you flip pole position to cause a loop, the judge comes over, picks up the pole position, and makes you eat it. Yeah, no, like they basically they used rulings again to good effect to basically say, yeah, hey, if you use pole position to create some sort of infinite loop situation, we kill pole position.
I know Yu-Gi-Oh's a bit weird about infinite combos, which
that is I think that's a slightly different culture thing.
Is pole position not a infinite combo? It's a non-deterministic loop that just floats the game, right? Is that the thing?
Yeah, because the way you're supposed to use pole position is pole position is the monster that has the most attack is unaffected by all card effects, period. No. So you just, except its own, I think. So you cause a loop where you have an attack modulation effect, where if your opponent plays a card that causes your monster's attack to change, so it creates an infinite game state. And it used to be the way it was ruled was that the player who initiates an infinite loop where the game state never stops, because basically you can never finish resolving because pole position has to keep switching. The person who initiates the infinite loop loses. So basically, if you start the pole position loop and your opponent plays any card, they would get the DQ. So they just changed the rulings as just like, no, if you try to use pole position to do this, we kill you. We remove pole position and we send you to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, no, Magic has that ruling, but I think maybe worded better, where if you are the cause of an infinite non-deterministic loop, you are awarded a game loss. And usually a warning. Like if you do,
yeah, I think the main thing is just
it's very
that,
hard to do it's very hard to do that kind of infinite loop in Magic.
I think the main thing is just Magic,
that it ends with a game win because.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? I think the main thing is that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't actually like Yu-Gi-Oh's infinite loops are almost always like you said, non-deterministic. They are like game state shenanigans, which might. Because, like, Bish Vulcan, before they banned the card, was allowed, like, you could do the FTK by causing it to loop that way. There are effects that technically do that.
Well, no, it's not technically an infinite loop. It's just you do 8,000 damage.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Like, there are effects that technically have no end. They just go until the opponent runs out of life points. But loops that just do something over and over again in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are usually basically like the video game equivalent of a soft lock, so Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't like them. And this is the thing that Magic players sometimes are confused by, because in the way Magic, when you do an infinite, is you tell a judge how many times you're going to do something, and then you get to choose to stop. Usually is how good infinites work.
Well, most infinite, like to do a non-deterministic infinite in Magic is actually fairly hard to do. It's mostly only a worry in Limited and Vintage, which are the you can play any card formats. But for normal infinite combos, it's usually just there's very few infinites that are not endable by your own. Like it's I can do this thing in infinite number of times, but I can also just stop doing this at any times. Getting an infinite loop where it's no, this goes until over and over again, that doesn't immediately result in someone dying is rare. Because, spoiler, there's an infinite loop that I've accidentally created where I killed myself. Because I infinitely drew cards. And if you do that, you die. It's like, I draw 99 cards. I'm dead. Because if you're ever to draw... Is that it? That's a rule in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? If you're ever to draw a card when you have no cards in deck, you die?
Yes. No,
Yeah, okay.
I believe it's period if you would draw a card.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was like an on your standby phase thing. Or draw phase, sorry. Because like in Magic, it's any time. If you were to ever to have to draw without it. That's why the most important word in Magic is may. If a card doesn't say may, be careful.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is most cards that do something unlimitedly are mandatory. So it's like a difference in like I said, culture type stuff.
Yeah. Overall, I like Yu-Gi-Oh, but I wish they did better with their ban list. It's just the Saki one of thing is probably my biggest turnoff in Yu-Gi-Oh. Just there's too many.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I agree. Like the cards I find the most annoying Saki one-ofs are different, but the fact that you run into Saki one-ofs is.
I mean, Monster Reborn is up there, but they're. Maybe it's just because I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! On paper occasionally and had to deal with ruling Tiku and Goes and stuff. I'm just wanting to shoot myself.
Oh, I mean, and it's. Yeah, and it's still frustrating as hell to just be in Master Duel and just be like, oh, I have to stop playing now. I'm trying to click. I'm trying to figure out how to do my combo. The game won't let me. What's the interaction here?
Why can't I not? Why I not?
And this is why, like, I know we've disagreed sometimes, and I think there are different cards that are better. But this is why I've always found like Macrocosmos so annoying. I think that like the game state has changed where Macro is like less frustrating, but Macro is one of those cards that just causes a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh to stop working because cards are dumb.
I think macro is fine as long as
I think actually macro is fine. Like it's Yu-Gi-Oh has reached a state where it is less problematic. It still fucks up some decks.
Yeah. The problem in macro is like cards like D-Shifter, where it's like macro on an instant effect.
Yes, D-Shifter is now a Saki one of in Master Duel.
Yeah, and
also I think in TCG. Because that's like, that's a, before you do anything, by the way, for this turn only, fuck you macro.
Yeah, like macro is fine if it's on a known quantity body.
Because you have to set it and flip it, or you can search it. Dimensional Fissure is also a similar effect. Yes, because it's on the board. Basically, lingering floodgate effects suck. Deep Barrier is not a like Saki one of. It's a fucking normal trap, but that also means it's like the most easiest thing in the world to get because there are so many decks that just
I think this
normal
is
traps.
something that is universal in card games because spoiler Omega, they're two most banned types of cards in Magic. Can you guess them? I'm giving you a layup for one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna guess one of them is a lingering, floodgate type effect, just
like
lingering effects you can't interact with.
Effect. And then the other one is mana advantage.
Oh, okay, yeah, just too much mana.
A lot of mana advantage cards are banned because too much mana too quickly.
Yeah, fucks up the game. That's because that's like something I will say that is distinct about Magic that I think is good for it. It's why I'm not always as keen on Magic formats, but I appreciate that the game is locked in on the mana curve, and that is part of the game design is ramp. Obviously, they do things that certain decks are better at ramping than others, but the idea is you start small and ramp up.
Yeah,
whereas,
ramp is a contentious issue.
Yeah. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh is like, hey, ideally, every single fucking card in your hand is live. If you're not live, you did something wrong. That's a brick. You bricked. Oh, you drew your Garnet. Oh.
Magic is slowly shifting gears up until you're in Gear 5, unless you're green, then you go 2 at a time. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh is just, fuck it, we're on Gear 5 at start. Go ahead.
All right, but we should get on out of here. We're going for over 420. Go ahead, Law, finish.
Or you get unlucky in certain Magic tournaments, and the person shuffling your deck decides, oh, I can see this land here. I'm just going to give you nothing but lands.
Yep, mana flooding, mana bricking, or mana screwing are the bad part of the resource system.
Yeah,
I think it's worth the trade-off, but it is the bad part.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that they both have their distinct advantages, because, like, when you get a good Yu-Gi-Oh combo going and you are interacting with your opponent, not just playing solitaire, there is nothing quite like Yu-Gi-Oh when you have, like, a good-ass Yu-Gi-Oh game. That also means, unfortunately, you have to play some bad Yu-Gi-Oh games. You have to play some dog shit games, chat. But let's wrap up. We've been going for almost 4.5 hours. My throat's getting a little dry, and I do have other shit to do. It has been fun drawing with Dallas and occasionally Loth. And we talked about K9, so you can see why this deck is good.
Chad, I hope you enjoyed. You guys have been yapping, so I'm like, let them yap.
You're sleepy. You're just like, yes.
I don't know why my cold has made me yappy. I do have to share this because I just saw this.
Chad, I hope you enjoy being in.
I'm just saying, go for it.
No, like I said, Loth, here's the thing. You're not upset. You're perfectly okay to just sit back and nod while people talk near you and just go, yes, they're having fun. This is your problem in rain sometimes. I needed you to get in there more. But anyway, we're not here to talk about that yet. We'll talk about that on Let's Take FGO. This is great, yes. Dallas has posted Origin of Spider-Man. It's an Enchantment Saga. It's literally a fucking 3-panel of how he becomes Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, these are the alternate arts for the sagas for the new Spider-Man set that's coming out, and
it's rad as hell.
They fucking nailed it. Like
a lot of the Avatar stuff they've also been previewing looks pretty spot on.
No, it's great.
Actually, while I've got you, Dallas, before we do the outro, I've noticed that a lot of Avatar cards have the lesson subtype. Is that new, or is that something they dug up from an age long ago?
Hold on, let me check. Let me check how they're using it, because I think it might be from an old set.
I think it's on like. I almost said spells. That's incorrect. Everything's a spell in Magic. I think it is on like sorceries and stuff.
No. Well, yeah. Oh, you mean it's.
Yeah, I think it's on instant sorceries.
Hold on, I'm looking at the spoiler. There's like 15 different Magic sets that have random cards.
Yeah, I will say this. I think Magic may be shooting themselves in the foot a little because they got really into the promo and they're advertising like 4 different sets at once.
No, it's only 2 sets right now.
Okay,
Actually.
it is only 2. I feel like there was a little bit more overlap before, but yeah.
I think Lesson is from an old set. I think. It might be from one of those sets where I wasn't playing Magic. I'm going to be honest.
Well, we can always come back to that. Before we do the outro, one final thing. I'm going to pull up the Patreon and double check which won the poll. It's probably Ancient Warriors, funnily enough.
Airbend is a new
yeah,
thing.
all of the I think all of the 4 bending types have a new keyword. You can waterbend, airbend, earthbend, etc. Yes, with an overwhelming 4. It will be Ancient Warriors. So next week, probably. I mentioned this briefly on our Sunday game, but next weekend, like starting Sunday and for the few days until like Tuesday or Wednesday, we're working on a house project that I'm supposed to pitch in on. It will at worst delay me showing up to Death Stranding stream and delay Fail Portrayal a little bit. Like I said, at Rain on Sunday. I don't think we're going to be working at 8 o'clock at night. I just don't think that's how that's going to work with this setup. It may be a delay, but we should still be on the ball to do Ancient Warriors next time, which will be very funny because that means I will have to say Chinese names. I'm better about it, but not perfect.
Okay, that's what it is. So when there's a mechanic that they haven't put on, I don't know if they have it on any cards, called Learn, where if you have a card that says you learn, you can put a lesson card from your side deck into your hand.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, that's an interesting idea. We'll see if
it's
that's
from the Harry
fully
Potter quote unquote set, which was the Magical Academy of Strixhaven.
Oh yeah. Strixhaven seems like it was a popular setting because they did do a D&D expansion for it as well. I don't know if the Magic format was popular, but they seem to have done stuff.
I don't know. That was from when I wasn't playing. So,
but
I think we're going back.
Let us end the episode. Like I said, tune in next week for probably Ancient Warriors. Tune in tomorrow for more Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah,
we'll
I get
probably
to get
be
kicked
running
out because
EXs and
I'm
stuff.
correcting his pronunciation.
We'll see what happens. Honestly, I don't think I'll be that mad, but
Take
maybe
care.
I'll play it up a little. So like, comment, and subscribe. Like Law said, take care, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.